for today. All right, I kind of want to set up a new UI. I've decided that it is time for me to change to Ellesmere UI. I'm not sure if I'm going to do that today or if I'm going to play PTR keys. We'll kind of see who's around and where the day takes us. The idea was to test potentially a few different Guardian Druid keys and/or just play the one that I'm pretty sure will be meta and the one that I want to play. So let's start the treadmill so I don't get lightheaded. Get a little bit of walking in and let's go. Let's do it. It's time. I had a nice, kind of relaxing, somewhat relaxing day yesterday. Got a haircut. Body's feeling slightly better. Health improving. Overall, things are good. But still wearing the leggings, still wearing the brace, and we'll still try to walk for stream. What's up, Ramen? Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Good morning. All right. We do the stream setup things real quick. Tonight, I have an Omega video. I've been wanting to make it for a long time. I haven't made it yet. I was kind of waiting. It's 1:51 a.m. Well, good night. Hopefully you get some sleep soon. I can't tell if 2 a.m. is gaming hours or if it's actually just normal for Warcraft players. But I'm on a mission. I'm on a mission, Ramen. I'm actually really excited about this mission. I had the first video come out recently, and I have genuinely about 12 more over the month of August. We'll see if I can stay on schedule, because I don't actually film things in advance. I don't batch record. Some of us get older and enjoy sleep. Hey, I would sleep more if I could. I would. I think sleep is really impactful. I wish I could sleep better than I currently do. I do. All right, cool. So we pin this here. Bam. All builds that I test linked in Discord. Bam. Like so. A few stream setup thingies. Let's go. So I don't have to see who's on. I don't know who's actually going to be playing today. And if we can't find people for PTR, then that's all right. In which case, I will focus mostly on setting up a new UI, because that's a good thing to do before the season actually starts. Anywhere between the next 2 weeks. I don't know if it's fully working on PTR, which is one other element of this. Here we go. Oops. Almost ready. Cool. I am bad at stream setup things. All right. Bam. 1, 2, 3. Let's go. Cool. Okay, now we're ready. Now we're good to go. Perfect. Now that we've actually got everything set up, we can officially say hi to people. Hello there, noob. How are you today? Good morning. Good morning. Linked. I kind of want to set up a new UI, I'm not going to lie. We'll see if there's any just kind of PTR keys. We'll do that. But otherwise, I am interested in setting up the Ellesmere UI today. If not today, then it's sometime over the next few weeks. I probably just need to take a few hours to experiment with it, see what's up, get it how I like it. I'm pretty unique when it comes to UI things, so I'd want to do it my way. Yeah, I think everybody uses Ellesmere. That guy, he worked so hard on it, made nothing. And then the other day I saw him streaming and he raised like $25,000 for himself. And I was like, honestly, valid. Super good for him. He did an outstanding job. He worked incredibly hard. What's up, Potatoes Gaming? Hello. Good morning. The cooldown starts. So let's find out. I need to actually experiment with his UI to begin with. Obviously, my UI on PTR is an atrocity. When I test this. Oh, hi, Caleb. Hello. Good morning. I just started. Hello there, Caleb. Did you get to 21? I had to tune out before you did it. Yeah, I'm walking just to manage some medical symptoms. It's not like I'm trying to get a bunch of steps in or get shredded. It's just, it helps me not get too lightheaded, you know? Yeah. I was sad we didn't. It'll happen. Fair enough. I was going to either set up a new UI today, test PTR stuff, or all of the above. We'll see. What treadmill do I use? Don't know. Yeah, I was excited to meet everybody at BlizzCon. I will not be going this year. It is unfortunate. It'd be like that. I was super excited to actually get to meet everybody at BlizzCon, buy some people bubble tea, but it doesn't look like it gonna happen this year in particular. I have a super cool video coming out tonight. Also, hello there, Zanzibar, GP. Many of you have been mentioned. Zanzibar, as far as I know, you were referenced in a podcast I did with Miss Nicole, and she said you recreated Asmongold's room in World of Warcraft housing. Was that you? You're going this year, Terezi? I wanted to go. It just didn't happen. Like, it just, there were some things that came up, and I don't think I'm actually going to make it. Is that you? Did I get the name right? I might not remember. Did it? Yeah, you did, right? That's you? So when blueprints come out, you know, I might have to just tell me where to sub. That's it. How much of the room budget did you have to use? I don't know. Yep. But when blueprints come out, this guild is unhinged. It absolutely is. Yep. I will go on a limb because mostly we do Mythic Plus on my stream, and I think that housing mains have more fun than Mythic Plus people. I think in general, when you tune into somebody who does housing, they have way more fun than Mythic Plusers. In general. Yeah, you guys have got it right. Like, I don't know exactly what the difference... I actually do know what the difference is. You know what the difference is? What's up, Aluso? Long time no see. You want to know why? It's because games are in fact meant to be enjoyed, but so many times when you have an objective goal, like, for example... Oh, it's EJ on PTR. No, the difference is you don't have to. It's the have to. That's what people don't really get about gaming in today's world. They need to give us objectives. They need to kind of give us a direction. But back in the day, games were way more open-ended. Like in Classic WoW, when you logged in as a level 1, there was nothing to do. They didn't actually tell you what to do. You basically got to play the game on your own terms, at your own pace, in your own way. And nowadays, well, you have to push for this. You have to do this. You got to fill your Great Vault. We don't really have dailies as much anymore. I think they've at least tried to respect our time in that. But even with the leveling, I mean, there were people who just... There were so many people who love WoW and never got to max level. Like, but Zakath, I wouldn't be surprised if it was most people, even back in Classic, that never actually hit 60, but just fell in love with the game and Azeroth was their home. It wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. It's a weird thing. Like, it depends on your perspective, because from our perspective, we're like, but that's when the game starts. But for most people, it's a game. It's actually not a job. I'll still say there was an objective, though. Fair enough. Fair. I suppose that's a fair clarification. The objective was more open-ended, or at least allowed you to do things on your terms, whereas now the game feels very seasonal and kind of like you have to do it in a certain way. We could quickly grab this 15 altar. I don't really mind. I don't know if they're learning it or whatever. Could do 17, 19. Kind of wanted to try some 19s, but we'd have to actually have a team to do it, though. Yeah, it's become a lot more seasonal. Agreed. Boom. I know this guy. WoW needs more evergreen content. I feel like that is by far and large the best thing that WoW could do right now. Would be if they could somehow get us to enjoy the nostalgic part of WoW. I think that'd be so good. I think that'd be really good. What's up, Kane? Well, Live loves the leveling and questing and all the extra stuff. I just play for the rating and Mythic Plus. I think that WoW is at its best when everybody can enjoy it on their own terms. But I think that the specific thing is on their own terms. That's, to me, what really matters here. Is that you should be able to enjoy the game in a way that makes sense for you. WoW has a lot of choosing to do. Nowadays, it does. Also hurt the leveling feeling. You know, leveling in retail is just such a weird experience. It's not quite right. At some point with the podcast, I want to take a truly casual player. Like maybe even somebody who hasn't played WoW and get them to tell me what they know about the game and how they would view leveling, retail, etc. Yeah, I would say on retail, leveling is a chore. It kind of feels like that. But back in the day, leveling was the point. It was actually the whole point. Yeah. I don't know. Again, there's a balance because I don't know how they fix this necessarily. It's not something that they could easily fix. I work in a hobby store. I'm always trying to enforce that on people. You can have opinions about different games and hobbies. Each person finds enjoyments in different aspects. Early, I feel like I was a little late today. I had work this morning and then I was trying to eat a bunch. I have had, so far today, I did a good job. I ate most of the things I needed before actual stream, TH. Let's see. I've been going to the gym. I'm getting my health back. I've got to do some physical therapy today. Speaking of which, let me put this on stream. I'll make it a goal or something like this. I've got to do at home. I'm not going to go to the gym today, but I have to just do at least basic neck exercises. Wait, I'm not ready. Wait. Nope. Nope. I'm not ready. I was away for ready check. If he pulls, we're restarting. Thank you. One moment, please. Thank you. We're not doing biceps. We're doing shoulder exercise. Bam. And we'll tally this over the day, and I will do it. That's it. There it is. We'll do, not jumping jacks, but we'll do this today. I think it's hard at this point to make leveling significant. So Final Fantasy is such a barrier that I wouldn't play Final Fantasy. There's a balance between it, and that balance is not easy to find, man. It's difficult. I don't think it's as simple as people might say. Like, if you put me in charge of game design, that doesn't necessarily mean that I succeed at it. Last thing, starting stream today, I am re-sponsored by Opera GX. It's a cool gaming browser. If you've never used it before, it's pretty cool. It's free. It supports me. It's completely free to download. If you have never used it, that link right there lets you try a cool gaming browser. When they first sponsored me, I actually kept using it. They don't pay me to say that. Okay, now that I've drank some water that you would find in Zanzibar's faithful recreation of Asmongold's room, let's do some keys. Voila. Ready. So way better now than before. It seems like $3 per download is a good deal. I didn't think it. I think it depends on how you view it. Imagine I paid like $1 at most. No, it's $3 per download. There's like a bonus for it too, technically. Are the roaches there? Yeah, Monk. There's a Zanzibar apparently. I want to see it. I am curious. You said there was a YouTube video, right, Zan? Can I see it at some point? Also, are we going to try the big poll or how are we doing this? I think we could probably do big poll. If people don't do the sides, then it will be all right. Do. Holy, I haven't played in a second. You can tell that I haven't. We had 0 kicks. All right, cool. We are going to split this poll in the future. We actually had 0 kicks. All right, cool. I split it. I'll split it. Okay, never mind. I'll split it. Need a few kicks on rage. Need a few kicks on rage. Is it going to be another season or no Apex? No, we're playing Apex now. I'm almost positive that the build that I am playing actually is here. If Bears enable, you re-registering for Raider IO's break the meta? We died before they even started. That was rough. No, we died on their cast. The cast is what killed us. Remember I made a video 2 days ago? You watch Kier's thing. His stream, he doesn't use the Guardian Druid Apex. Yeah, but I believe he's sandbagging Epsilon. I'm not even going to lie. I'll be straight up with you. It's actually a conspiracy theory. Is a conspiracy theory. Like an actual conspiracy theory, but I swear. I think that what's happening is some Bear sandbagging. I think that the intention was to get Bear effectively nerfed so that it would get buffed. And then after it gets buffed, they'll realize it overperforms when you play the actual build you're supposed to play. And then they're going to nerf it again. Because some people on higher up level tanks in World of Warcraft, they do this thing. They don't like Bear. They're very vocal about it. Guardian Druid is the tank that they do not want to have to play in a season. They're super specific about it. It gets the most hate out of any tank. No tank gets the hate that Guardian Druid does. I think I know why, but I really believe that there's a certain level of sandbagging going on. Dude, that emoji is wild. 1 minute in card. Want to split? Combine. Just need 2 range kicks. We need 2 range kick if we're going to do it. Yeah, that emoji is wild because honestly, if I ever got glutes like that, I could never see Caleb in real life. He would lose his mind. Here, let me see. Actions, deaths. This is the new dungeon design, by the way. Piercing Hiss. Piercing Hiss. Double cast. Piercing Hiss. Yep. What died to this? It's a death. We will split the pole. No problemo. I will do less damage. I wanted to actually see if I could crack the 200k in this dungeon. You show the Prez's build? Of course. Let's see. I haven't played with him yet. I don't know if he's actually going to be decent or not. It's a good emote. It's a good one. He's playing double VE Flame Shaper build. All right, ready. Do. You know, I'll be honest, something about those top tanks, sandbagging bear. Dude, I swear, Blur, like, it's because I was looking at logs too, and I could not figure out why people were still playing no Apex. I actually could not figure out why I just saw the prevalence of no Apex in every single bear run that I was watching. It's like, they didn't even bother to look at the new talents. Every other tank, they're like, okay, what talents are we going to carry over into Season 2? Like, how are we going to structure the build? But I swear that Bear has this weird thing where it's like they don't want to put effort into it because they don't like it. And I get that they don't like it, but it has this very strange relationship. We actually got an Apex proc there. So now we're going to go here. And then we want to proc here. Yo, thank you for the sub. All right, hold up. We're procking. We're procking. I wait. Debating on holding this next Apex or sending now. It's too simple for them. It's because a lot of the top players, Bear is a straightforward tank, but I think that's good. Like, I genuinely believe that it is a good thing that Bear is easy to understand and simple to pick up. I don't think that's bad at all. It is specifically one of the reasons why Guardian Druid should stay like this. I genuinely believe that there should be a tank that allows people to kind of pick up the basics without worrying so much about the other things. Tanking is a role that has a lot of responsibility in WoW, and people don't want to fail at it. As long as you play a game in a way that effectively you have to treat like a job, I think that'd be tough. You could just focus on dungeon mechanics. Yeah, but it's not just that. There's still endless min-max to the current live version of Guardian. It's not like it's so sleeper that you actually can't do anything with it. I played VDH. My brain was going into overload. Yeah. There's a reason I don't really like playing VDH that much. But it's also okay. Like, there are different perspectives. All of them are correct. Some people really enjoy a specific way to play the game. There is nothing wrong with that. But I did make a video explaining a few days ago why my overall damage will be less. It's because we couldn't combine that first pull as an example. Like, one of the reasons that my damage will be less in this key is simply because that pull I just did, if it was in one pull, then all of it would have been on Incarn, and then this pull here would have actually been kind of the right thing, because then it would have paced the dungeon in a way. I need to put a separate thrash actually for this, where the next pull would be Incarn on a big key, but now I have to pop Incarn here. So you can see, though, it's not like my damage is low. I don't know if you guys have noticed the damage meters here. If I play this build on PTR, especially in a 15, I'm pretty sure that I'm going to get it nerfed. Like, Blood DK is also overperforming, but they definitely don't want another season of Bear meta. I think it's unfortunate that this is true, but there is kind of some consistency with Blizzard not wanting the same thing to be meta 2 seasons in a row, you know? People should play what they like. Sometimes a lot of people ask me, for example, they go, hey, Awu, what's like the best thing for me to play? And it depends on the level. There's a world where fodder re-rolling is the right decision. Like, genuinely, absolutely, there's a world where you should totally fodder re-roll. I don't think that you can judge anybody for choosing to fodder re-roll. And I'm going to make a video about that soon. You change one of the damage meters to healing? Yeah. Give me a second. I was going to actually redo my entire UI on PTR today. I didn't quite get to. All right, we're going to Vortex. We're going to Kite, because if you don't know this tank mechanic, you will die. All you have to do is get a few seconds where they don't melee you, and then you can go back in. I'm happy that Havoc is going back to the unethical Wounded Quarry funnel. To be fair, that's the opposite of unethical. That's actually highly ethical damage, to be fair. That's extremely ethical damage. Oh, we let a his go off. I missed my kick. Do-do-do-do-do. And now we have to Kite, because you will die through all of this. Perfect timing on that. Not bad. Is Havoc back? Yeah, Havoc is back to all Draki. Now, if you're curious about Havoc, guess what I got to do? I got to talk to a Mr. Jedith. And if you like Havoc, you should know who Jedith is. Yes, Dre. I would say, yeah. And he made a Havoc guide with me. It is on YouTube. That spec is so weirdly complicated, I had no idea. We made a guide. It's the best intro, learn how to play Havoc Demon Hunter guide. It will actually help you get better at the spec. Because I am the person who knows nothing about it, and I was able to follow along. That's how I actually like to do those guides. I thought it was really good. Yep. If Havoc has to play Fellsguard, it doesn't really have a place. But if it can actually play Aldraki, then you might see it more. But the truth is, so when you're having a conversation about the meta in WoW, the meta is just, you can replace it with Access if you'd like. It helps the understanding for it a lot. Thank you. I think that it's the best way I could make a guide blur. I have a mission, like I have an idea. It'll take me many more months and a little bit more networking in the community, but I've kind of got a vision. Yeah, if you want to play Havoc, I highly recommend that you just actually go watch that video. That video is the best place to start. Oh, it was a Guardian Bear Levels of Complexity. Then it got complicated. Yeah, that's the one right there with Jedith. What's up, Married? I'm finally making my way toward pushing for 3.4 on your Blood DK. Watching your keys has actually translated decently well. Yeah, I'm glad, Married. I hopefully can help people. My goal is just to help people feel more confident and comfortable with keys. Like, this game is not supposed to be a job. It's supposed to be fun. When you've been tanking for long enough, it's not that scary. But eventually, you'll have to kind of lock in, you know? And if tanking is so overwhelming as it is for many players, then they don't really get to enjoy the game. So, I'll show you something after this. Do you know, currently, what the statistics are for the top 500 keys that have been done in the US? Would you like to guess the representation of a tank that is not Bear or Brewmaster? You want to guess? How many tanks are there in the top 500 that are not Bear or Brew? Of 500. There's more than one. It's not 3. It's a little bit more than that. The answer is 7 out of 500. There's actually a fair amount of Brews. Like, Brew is not bad this season. It's just overshadowed by Bear. Brew kind of has that. Yeah. I looked, and I did a little bit of research, because I'll make a video soon. That is actually the worst statistical breakdown that we have ever had in a season. There's, I think it was 3 Prot Warriors, 1 VDH, 1 Blood DK in Kyrasis, who doesn't count. And he doesn't count because he's just too good. And then 2 Prot Pallies, or something like it. It was either 3 Prot Pallies or 3 Warriors or something. Oh, yeah, I would like some tea. All right, take him to the altar. Can you actually bring me a sip? Brew also got overshadowed by Mistweaver. I sort of believe... Yeah, I don't think I minded how Mistweaver or Bear played in this last season. But at the same time... How do I say? I think that they should just get rid of group buffs in Mythic Plus. I feel like that's where we need to go. I always forget if it's left click or right click on PTR because it's the opposite on live robes. Oops. No reds for a minute. This is exactly what I meant in the video I had made a few days ago. This is exactly what I meant. This is actually word for word what happened. This exact run here, looking at my overall damage and my single target damage, is a direct reflection of that video. Talking about how long this is. How long the first boss takes. Thank you.
I'm very busy.
Okay. Thank you. I'm trying to avoid a caffeine headache. So I'm withdrawing from caffeine, but it means currently I'm on quarter of a cup of tea. So it's not 0 caffeine, it's just 1 sip. That's it. That's the only caffeine I get all day. It is what it is. Oh, we did. How are the fundamentals of knowing your route, the rotation, and positioning? Drekthorn, wait for tonight. Tonight. I haven't filmed it yet, but I'll do it after stream. Tonight, I'll answer your question. I'll answer your question tonight. I think this is a wipe, yeah? I mean, we could finish the boss, but we won't have a really clean testing environment. Is it for subs? No. Said DOTC no raise was tankier than a loon now. I disagree. I also just think that they're still playing the weirdest build, damn it. So, did you see how much single target I had, Epsilon? Just to clarify, I don't understand why Bear gets sandbagged, man. It does. Let me explain. Allow me to explain. I looked at Yoda's log. It's the opposite. I looked at his log. I saw how much damage he was doing single target. Before, so this boss encounter was 5 minutes, so we had a lot of deaths. This was exactly what I referenced in the video. This video explains. He does huge single target. I do more single target than him by like 10 to 15K. Literally his logs. That's why everybody was complaining about Bear single target. I'm doing like 85K single target. Give or take. Yo, I do too much. First of all, you're doing too much. A moderator got you so fast you didn't even have a chance. I didn't even get a chance to respond. Hold up. Don't just ban him immediately. Hold up. If there's a mod in here, silent, I appreciate that. You can delete the comment if somebody just says that, but don't ban him. Can you unban him? Genuinely. Hold up. Unban him. Thank you. I do too much. My mod banned you immediately. Thank you. We will ban you. Hold up. Listen. If you come into my stream and you say something like that, yeah, it's okay. For what it is worth, I will not ban you immediately because there are so many communities where what you just said is the right thing to say. There are many places online, especially with World of Warcraft streams, where if you come in and you introduce yourself in that way, somebody will say, ha, that was funny, and they'll respond in kind. This is not that place. My stream, nobody here is going to think that that's funny. I want to give you an opportunity to realize that that's just not how we talk here. But we're gamers, you know, Jibby, TH, Potatoes, Chalice. Have you said things 10, 20 years ago that you hope nobody ever finds out you've ever said? I have. I played Halo 2 back in the day. I've been online gaming for my entire life. So I too have said things that I not regret, but hope never get shown. Yeah. So, here's the thing. Right. Everyone has. Rather than immediately judging these actions, I would like to give you the opportunity to understand that that's just not what we say here. I want to let you know that before we just ban you, right? Like that's not, we won't, that's why we don't immediately ban, so we can have a conversation and actually have a discussion about the fact that this is just not that funny here. But many times, I mean, I don't think you can judge people for coming into a stream and just saying something absolutely wild. What's up, Argus? Argus, are you excited? Argus, if Blood DK is actually, by the way, if Blood DK is meta next season, will you be happy or sad? Because you're a Blood DK main. That's all. Are you going to be like, damn, like, I was such a hipster for a long time. Like, you know, this was my thing, and now it's going to be everybody's thing, and everybody's re-rolling, you know? How do you feel about that? Oh, Chalice, can I finish the conversation? So this build I'm playing, it's in Discord if you want it. It is an Apex version of EC. I do around, if I actually double Feral Frenzy especially, it's going to be around 85k single target. You know? Malden, do a flip. A flip? I don't think you want me to do a flip. I'm not going to survive the flip. I am more uncoordinated than a penguin you see at the aquarium. It's not looking good. Thank you, Malden. Oh, hold up. All right. You got auto-modded here. I already know I'm a better... All right, look. I gave you a chance. You had an opportunity. You got to hear what I was going to say. Bruh, you got to understand. Learn how to read the room, my friend. Learn how to read the room. I'm going to give you one more chance, and then we will actually ban you. You have had the opportunity. We have given you the space. I have informed you of what we do here. And if you continue this line of thinking and this line of questioning, yes, you will be banned. Keep in mind, I like kindness. I really appreciate the 12th Doctor's quote. One of my favorite quotes that I try to live by in my life. Always try to be nice, but never fail to be kind. Kindness is omega. But I don't roll over and take hits. I'm a pretty confrontational person. I don't like confrontation, but I ain't afraid of it. You will be banned. Final warning. I don't let people walk over me. Ooh, a holy pally. It's gonna, I would think it would be, I don't know if this is gonna happen, by the way. I'd wait for tuning. Bro, imagine how crazy would it be if we actually got a Holy Paladin Blood DK meta? That'd be insane. Thank God for Nightbot, I know. Blood DK Holy Paladin meta would be it would be one of the weirdest things. That would be so random. All right, this DPS is bothering me though for how we're actually calculating this, so let's do this. All right. That obviously got messed up. Can you do a backflip? Absolutely not. I cannot. I am I'm not coordinated enough for that. I will do my physical therapy for today. What's up, Magnition? Did I jump into something? Yeah, sorry. Also, mainstream here. I multi-stream to YouTube, but keep in mind that that's not... I'm just kind of multi-streaming here. If you're ever wondering who the hell I'm responding to, I think it's important to know. You might not know this if you're watching on YouTube. I swear I don't just talk to myself. Like, I'm having an active conversation. It's just that you can't see them. I have progressed so far in my life, you know, I don't talk to the voices anymore. They're there, but I don't talk to them, not out loud at the very least. So it's very important that the people watching not on Twitch understand that I am actually discussing things with people. It's just, you can't see the questions, you know? Well, yeah, that's true, Hydro, actually. I am talking to myself, I suppose. Okay, take 2 on this. I will try DOTC at some point today. The voices are fine. It depends. Okay, I'm ready. I'm ready. We'll see. I think that a lot of times with Guardian Druid testing in particular, though, people don't give it the attention that it deserves. I have kids. I always seem to talk to myself. I mean, when I started streaming, you know, I didn't have a plan. I didn't know anyone. So when I started streaming, no one was here. And I think that one of the most important skills that you can have as a streamer is definitely the ability to just talk when no one is here. Like, I think that's I think it's a very impactful skill, actually. The ability to talk when no one is here is a surprisingly good skill to have. Get my kick. So you can see my damage here. For anybody wondering about the Guardian Druid damage in the build that I am currently playing, it's not like it's low. Basically, what you need to know is that it's not like it's low. In terms of the actual min-max for it, I have not yet figured out the true min-max of this. Can you explain why I click stuff even though it's bound? Oh, yeah. Mostly the reason I click stuff is there's two reasons. The main one is just the fact that I have EDS, which is a connective tissue disorder, and it makes my joints super weird. So if you look at the camera, you'll notice this in a second, all right? My damage would be way higher overall if we actually got to do this. You can see here, yeah? So my fingers are all very bendy, and when I try to use modifier keys like shift or control or this, I tend to miss. Yeah. So there's nothing there. Like, I won't do any of the other tricks because that's actually bad for me. It's the easiest way to explain it. I mean, if you want, I could pop out both my shoulders and put them behind my head or whatever it is. So, like, I could do that, but that's going to be way more complicated and painful, so I'm not going to do that. Do you think it will be a Blood-DK H-Pal meta? I think that everybody who thinks they know what the meta is right now is wrong. Shivers down your spine. I mean, it doesn't hurt me. It doesn't feel like anything. There's nothing there. I think if anybody tells you that they know what the current meta is going to be, they are lying to you, and you have to be very careful. That's an immediate red flag. We not just won't know until final tuning, but historically speaking, if you look at the history of WoW, here's the thing. I don't think it's a problem that people care so much about what the meta might be. I think I understand. I really, really, really do. If you are playing off meta and trying to push content, you might spend way more of your game time not even getting to play the game. So I understand. I will never judge anybody for wanting to re-roll, and therefore, if you're going to re-roll, what should you re-roll to, for example? Do you look at a tier list? Whose tier list do you trust, etc.? But I just think that oftentimes tier lists lack context. I plan on making one soon-ish, at least one, before the season, but I'm going to do it in a very specific way that actually captures what people need to know. So here's the thing. I'm going to give you a little bit of historical context, because I think that that will help you understand the decision that maybe you should or should not make. Historical context number 1. Guardian Druid on Midnight Beta before the last season was omega strong, to the degree that if you remember Mythic Zero Week, it was buffed around 1 month before the season went live. So it would be basically like a few weeks ago. We were playing Guardian Druid at the end of beta. Everyone re-rolled because that thing was super giga S tier. Its abilities were just doing like 50% more damage than everyone else. It was obviously an outlier. Like, it was a crazy outlier. Very, very clear. They didn't nerf it. And everybody was like, what's going on? Like, they're going to nerf this, right? But they didn't. So we were like, okay, I guess it's a Guardian Druid season. 3 days before the season actually went live. And this was in the middle of Mythic Zero Week. I'm not talking about before the thing came. This would be like August 15th. So the Mythic Zero Week was out. Everybody, their mom, their brother, their cousin, everybody was playing Guardian Druid because it was just doing crazy damage. It was nerfed by 37%, I'm pretty sure was the exact value. If not 37%, then it was something similar. It was a near equation to that. Somewhere between 37 and 45 total numbers, I think, depending on what build you were playing. What are you playing? Yeah, I'm playing the 12.1 PTR right now. This is the new dungeon that's coming out. My point is, We don't know before the thing actually starts what's going to happen, because they could do that again. If Blood DK is the top tank and then they decide at any point that they don't want it to be, it's going to get nerfed. They will. They could do it, for example, 30%. They're just not afraid to take these swings with tank tuning. On this initial PTR cycle, if you were watching tier lists, you remember before it was Blood DK, it was Prop Pally. This current cycle, it was like, dude, Prop Pally is the best tank, unbelievable. It's so strong right now. One of the reasons it was so strong is because its base values got 70% buffs. Like, that was a lot. Every other tank got compensation for the 25% health scaling difference, and then Prop Pally randomly just got 70% on Avenger Shield on top of some other things. So that's why Prop Pally was super buffed. Then they nerfed it, and now it's good, but not the best. They can do the same for Blood DK. They can do the same for Holy Paladin. If you want to understand what they are going to nerf going into next season, look at Warcraft logs raid tuning. Don't look at keys. Don't look at what streamers are doing in keys. Do we just straight up miss a totem? LOL. We never actually got one of the oh, there it is. Yeah, look at Warcraft logs, raid tuning. That is what they'll balance off of. Do you really think that Blizz actually decides what will be meta? Yes, I do. At this point, I think that Blizzard is way too smart to not realize that certain things overperform and underperform. And I absolutely do believe that they intentionally allow whatever they want it to be meta in keys. I also just think that one of the reasons that this happens, though, is because they really value raid instead of Mythic Plus. Like, they think that raid is what actually gets people to play their game and love their game, not Mythic Plus. And I think that that's kind of obvious as well. I think they bank on the fact that raid is what keeps the game together more than Mythic Plus. I don't know if that's true for what it's worth. Do they not balance? No. They balance around raid almost exclusively. Like, I don't think that's crazy to say. I don't think that's a conspiracy theory. I think it's just kind of, they don't confirm that, but I'm pretty sure. What's up, Ein? If I miss a question, by the way, by all means, repeat it for me. Mythic Plus tuning feels kind of like an afterthought. If they were serious about it, all they would have to do to get Mythic Plus tuning right, by the way, would be to simply adjust certain abilities with a modifier like they do for PvP or like they do for certain healer abilities. That's it. They can do that. So, for example, Disc Priest has the Atonement after 5 targets is scaled differently so that they can balance it for raid and Mythic Plus. And Tranquility for Resto Druid has a modifier for 5-man keys and 5-man content. I think that although the race is not officially sanctioned by Blizzard, they clearly care about it, and it's a massive boost for their viewers. I actually think it's wild how many people watch the race, considering they might not actually care about it that much. Basically, though, if you want to know the secret is this. There will be tuning 1 week from now, maybe 2 more tuning passes before release, but certainly the week before release, there will be a tuning pass. Whatever is super S tier, if it's broken, probably gets fixed. So there's that. Number 1. Number 2, there will be tuning after the Race to World First. So right before Race to World First and right after Race to World First, there will be tuning. So 2 weeks cycle. Right before the season comes out and then right after. Which difficult can be called pushing in Mythic Plus that they should care about tier list? That is a great question, Amadox. Can I give you an honest answer instead of just a casual answer? That was pretty rough. That was only 80k single target there. I didn't pop in card. Additional Monday night tuning before the patch. Correct. Scuff the whole season. I don't think that the race is bad. I just think that you might have to accept the fact that they clearly tune and care about it a lot. So we want this corner here. No, don't bubble. No bubbles, guys. This area is very difficult for bugs. So let me answer it honestly, if I may, because there is a proper way to understand the conversation around meta, and I would love to give you that answer. Meta is access. You are asking me what level of keys would I have a hard time doing as an off-meta spec. Do you know who Banchers is? As an example. I did a podcast episode. I just filmed it with him. So it'll come out next Saturday, a few days from now. Yes, okay. So I did a podcast episode with him. It's like a 80-minute conversation about how to improve at Mythic Plus. My dude is a fucking beast. I have played with him before, and that guy is just so good at the game, okay? I try, Sib, sorry. I try. But yes, sometimes it's hard for me to read YouTube chat. You're absolutely right on this. So it is sometimes better just to come over to the purple website if you want to have a conversation. It's because of the overlay. I play with my Twitch chat is literally right here on top of this rattling white dude, and then my YouTube chat's to the right of that. I can't combine them properly. So there are two separate overlays, and it's hard for me to keep up with all the conversations. Yeah. No butt pull. Hey, we butt pulled. You don't want these guys. We butt pulled. Rest in peace, my cooldowns. Again, cannot really test my overall damage because here I have to hold Incarn for next pull. Actually, no, I don't, because it's going to take too long. But this is one of those route differences where, do I send cooldowns here? Does that mean I don't have it for next pull? Like, I wish I had my Apex on top of my Incarn, on top of my Combat Potion. Walking into next pull is going to be perfect, etc. This is like a VIP sort of chat. Now, the real VIP chat is technically... Well, never mind. Feels like it. May not be the place to be. No, hold up. I see you there. I just have a hard time keeping up with it. Anyways, my point is he's famous because of BM. You are a little bit, Zal. He is the rank 1 hunter on every spec, at least in America, at least in North America. There are some Chinese BM hunters who are above him right now. But, like, I've also played with him, and he doesn't just play hunter. He plays everything, and he's just that good. He's just a hunter. But one of the things I talked to him about was the question that you just asked me. Hey, Banchers, you are a competitive ranked player. The question is, when should people reroll? And what are the challenges? How do you innovate as an off-meta spec? How do you guys do it? We had a great conversation about that. I actually think it was a really strong conversation. I hope it helps people. And I think around 35 minutes through the episode, the best piece of advice that would actually give the most value to people in their Mythic Plus push was about 35 minutes through that episode. I almost wish I could lead with it. But the point is, to answer your question, more specs can perform at a level that is fairly competitive. If you were looking at the 1% as an example, so Resil 21 can be achieved by any spec. However, good luck getting invited. Meta is not a problem of ability. It is a problem of access. And that access is real. Anyone who says that it's not, I think, is kind of coping or a little bit out of touch. It matters. It's community perception, but it's community perception to a degree that literally, if you are competitive enough, you cannot play the game. It's not even... I mean, it really sucks, but it actually gets to the degree where you basically just can't play. You will spend more time in the capital city counting the fish in the pond than you will actually getting to play the game. And I don't know if that's fun. Yeah, so Shady Dax, how do you overcome that? And the way to overcome that is a network, friends, and everything. You're absolutely right. 100%. If you have people that like playing with you, no problem. If you are purely pugging and every time you log in, you don't even list your own key, who's looking for group, just reroll meta. Straight up. And also, pre-made's kind of this. How do you network? Excellent question, Washed Up. that is something that I specifically talked about. Somebody will get the first kick. I'm going to hold for the last kick. Somebody kick it, somebody kick it, somebody... All right, I get this one. Nope. I really thought somebody would get the second kick, and I would hold for the end. Very funny, ban. Yes. There is a key for this, which is you actually add people. You have to spam it every time. I mean, Iron Fur is on the GCs. You can macro it into your other abilities if you don't really want to hit the button. Yeah, you can macro Iron Fur. We can have a conversation about the pros and cons of macroing Iron Fur. What's up, JD? I'm a casual guy. I like to dive into the game, but not really hardcore. I play for Mythic Plus. I have a Guardian Druid at item level 262. Do I suggest I stay on the Druid? Yeah. Do you like the Druid? The only question you should ask yourself is for fun and enjoyment, especially if that's where you're at. Yeah, WME is a cool community for that, Finn. I agree with that. So let me put it this way. If you want to get better at WoW, I actually think it is initially a good idea to stay on one spec. If you can stay on one spec for long enough, what will happen is you'll end up playing the game more. If you end up playing the game more, you'll end up creating a system of mastery and repetition, which will carry you into getting better at the game. But in order to actually develop the plan and what you might need for this, you need to stay on one spec long enough. Eventually, it's a good idea to branch out and try other roles and stuff. I think that 18 plus, I would say 18 plus, you don't need to roll a meta. I would say that right now, if you were trying for 19s and 20, it starts to get to the degree where you'll notice just a really difficult time if you're playing off meta. No matter on some tanks, simply because they are easier and more experience on them, correct. Am I trying to make friends? I've got a pretty good network. I'd like to make some more friends for sure, but I feel like I've got a pretty good network in WoW. I just don't use it because I don't enjoy it. Just want to say thank you for what you do. Thank you, Duckman. First season tanking, watched most of your videos. Congratulations. I hope you've enjoyed your first season tanking. I've got a video tonight that I hope, man, I've got a video tonight. I have got a video tonight. Percentage-wise, how much would my DPS be compared to the... Jetty, did you watch the last YouTube video I've put out? Because that answers that question. It's a route. You're asking me a routing question. Yes, I would love to, Malden. If you have any suggestions for podcasts, I would be very open to it. I've got Banchers this weekend, and then I've got Obley next. Oh, yeah, you asked me for HPS meters. Create new window. Here. So as an example, how long these ads die and how well you stack them is a pretty good thing, though. Think Daddy? I'm familiar with him on Twitch, but we're not friends. I don't know him that well, though. There you go, Scraps. I met so many new friends. Helps a lot in the community. I know he runs the raids. I just don't know him that well myself. Okay, I'm a dox. If you like the potentially new meta spec, I like Love a lot. I do know her. She's cool. If you like the new meta spec, reroll. If you don't like the new meta spec, like you're like, Bloody Cages isn't for me, but everybody says it's going to be better, don't worry about it. Especially as a tank, this upcoming season will be a lot less, it would be a lot less stark as a comparison to what we have right now with Guardian. With Guardian currently in Season 1, it is very dominant, extremely dominant. I don't think any tank will feel like that truly for Season 2. So I think you'll be all right. I have two friends who I play with, and they'll be playing the meta DPS. Hold on, let me read this. CR, you said, I don't really want to switch tanks. I find Bear the most fun. If you want to push 1%, if you have friends to play with, then yes. Yeah, I know. I'm familiar with Love a lot, so. What's up, Shady? Some tanks may emerge well, but that's also true. Keep in mind that Bear right now, I've always seen him running raid. Okay. For me, the podcast is not so much, It has more to do with whether or not you're a natural talker, because I do not edit my videos. They're not scripted. Every podcast you've listened to is one take, zero editing. I don't script. So I basically just call people up on Discord and I'm like, yo, let's talk World of Warcraft. And they go, okay. That's it. That's how I do the podcast. So I think that the people, my only requirement probably is that you actually are able to talk without a script. Some creators are not fluid with that, and it's very difficult for them, and it can make them very nervous, which understandable, right? I mostly healer, just play Disc Shaman or Dude. Monk was in the meta. I didn't like it, so I didn't reroll. I think if you're trying to get to 18s, having a little bit of consistency with your comp, like with your team and who you play with, will probably matter more. At the end of the day, that will matter more than what you play in particular. Blood Decay it is? Not yet. Not yet, Abra. We don't know yet. It would be a lie for me to tell you that we actually do know. We don't. It's a complete lie to tell you definitely Blood Decay. It's Blood Decay right now today. Oh, actually, I was thinking Crit Cake. Yeah, I was thinking that Mango, but I don't know I don't know him and I don't have an introduction. So sometimes it's hard. Like there are some people I would love to have on, but they don't know me. And because they don't know me, I don't think I would actually, I don't know if they would respond to me. Like still probably one of the all-time guests I would love to have on and just talk World of Warcraft with, Dratnos. It would be so cool to just have a conversation. I think that Dratnos and I could be friends. Like, I feel like he and I have actually relatively similar perspectives, but also different enough that it would be a super fun conversation. And I honestly think that he and I could be friends. However, he doesn't know who I am. He doesn't know that I exist. And so if I were to message him, I don't think about, I don't know. Well, I messaged Tettles once. Here's the problem. Here's the problem. I actually have talked to Tettles in a DM. But I may or may not have been completely blacked out. And I may or may not have been like a little bit weird in that. Because I don't take a lot of medications anymore, but I do take sleeping meds. Yeah, well, listen, here's what happened. It was a few weeks ago, and they had a podcast about tanks, and I disagreed with a lot of what they were saying. So what happened was, okay, allow me to explain. Here's what's up. Here's what's up. I listened to the podcast. I was like, cool. I love the bench. I love the Potty C. I listen to all the WoW podcasts because I just think they're good content, and I've always listened to them. Pretty much every episode. I don't think I've ever really missed one. It's perfect background noise. Absolutely love it. So when they came out, I didn't fold, but what happened was I had already taken my Ambien. And there's like a 10-minute window, especially when I upped my dose a few months ago, I had to up my dose because I got sick. And there's like a 10-minute window before I actually fall asleep and where my mind goes. So I'm not there. Like, I'm not present. I'm completely and utterly incoherent. Like, I'm blacked out. I don't remember anything the following morning. And apparently, I publicly commented on their episode. In the public section of their episode, I just said, I would love to discuss this if you would ever have me on the podcast. So Blackout Me was trying to network because it was a tank episode, and I was just like, what are you guys talking about? And I wanted to go on the bench. So I put that in the episode notes. Anyways, a bunch of people were like, oh, yeah, you should have him on. And then Shindig, when he was on the podcast, shouted me out at one point. So Tettles knows who I am. That being said, okay, when I messaged him the following time, I was also blacked. For some reason, I've messaged him twice on Discord. And every single time I message Tettles, I'm apparently just completely blacked out on Ambien. So, here's the thing. The following time I messaged him, I said something weird. Because I only figured it out I wake up the next day and I'm like, oh no. Like, what did I do? And, I don't know. Because I asked them a question about BlizzCon, because I was thinking about going. And then I'm not actually going to end up going to BlizzCon, but yeah, that was funny. I can only laugh about it. It's okay. I don't say anything rude. I'm still... I've never said anything I regret saying. It's just like, I do random shit. I was like, I'm a shatter some philosophies. And he's like, what? He was just like, night. I was like, oh no. There's a bridge and I burned it. I burned it real bad. Yeah, so I think Max would be cool as well. I mean, getting his perspective on the game would be awesome. The problem with somebody like Max is, to him, I've got to be a simple spermatozoa in his ball sack. Like, there's no way he knows who I am. Somebody like Max would be, there's no way. So if we take a look at this absolutely kind of bricked route, I still did overall damage 188k. And that was with a bunch of bricked routing. So I would have the 200k. That right there was one of the top Guardian Druid logs for Ultra Fangs damage-wise. I guess post-buff, I'm sure there's a few more. And that was on this key level without a warrior or shaman. I did have a Windwalker buff. So with a cleaner route and an actual comp, with a little bit of coordination, that's a 210k log. Like, that's easily more than what Yoda was doing. And my single target was decent, although I didn't play it perfectly. What's up, Zagia? Not bad, though. Not bad. I still think this build is very solid. DJ Insomniac redeem, Flex redeem. I got it. I'm a dox. I hope... Can you hear me right now? I think there's an ad in progress. I hope that they balance the following season so that more tanks and more healers feel good to play. I really hope so. And Silent, what is this? Silent mod can introduce you to Dradnos? Can you, Silent? I just think Dradnos and I would be friends. And I also think he would be super fun to record an episode with. My goal, I'll tell you my goal in a second. Hold up, I'm sweating. Blech. We ever have a season where every tank and healer is meta? Not everyone, no. I think the most you can hope for is like 3. I think realistically you're hoping for 3 potential meta candidates instead of 1. I don't know if you could ever realistically hope for 3. I think 3 is impossible. I don't know about that. How come? It's a good question. Let me think about that. How come we would never have more than 3 potential meta picks? I'm trying to decide if it's a class design problem of why certain things will just never be meta, or I think it's just the fact that Mythic Plus, it's not even raid. I think it's just Mythic Plus has a competitive edge. There's a competitive edge to Mythic Plus. You will always want to min-max and optimize. Because of that, whatever is going to end, there's always something that ends up being the best. And I would say the one criticism I really have is that Blizzard doesn't do a very good job of bringing up the things that are at the bottom. I wish they did that. Wait, Malden missing. How do you guys know each other? There's a bunch of connections that are happening here. Hello. But yes, I would agree that the people who have... it's such a... Can you imagine if my name on Twitch was Daddy? Like, if that was just my username, then everybody would be like, morning, Daddy. That'd be weird. Hi, Papa. Oh, see, that's actually fortuitous timing. Papa, you could not have come at a better time. Holy. Wait a second. You actually came at not only the perfect time, literally the best potential timing that you could have walked in here to say good morning. Hello. Ha. That's hilarious. Yeah. I suppose it works out. It's like Force Nature Shaman Druid. Okay, when it comes to group buffs and Mythic Plus, this will be a whole YouTube video. At some point, it'll be a conversation. I'll do whatever key they want. Need a few minutes. The Master of Timings. Okay, let me show you something right now. When it comes to the top level of play, this is not a reflection of how plus 20s are. But when you look at the top 500 runs, which actually goes all the way to 21s, if I go to Raider.io right now and we take a look at this, this is what I want to show you. Let me find my window capture. Window capture 3, Raider.io. Here. Cool? So if I pull up Raider.io here, and we look at my Druid here on live, but I go to Mythic Plus, and I go to timed run leaderboards. Yeah? I go like this. And then I basically can just limit it to tanks, or in a better way, we can actually just do, we can do it like this. You go to Mythic Plus, class role leaderboards, all classes, all tanks. Yeah? This is the top 500 runs. And I want you to count how many of these on the US realms, this is to limit it a little bit easier, are not Guardian Druid or Brewmaster. There are some brews in here. But if I scroll and I keep scrolling, tell me the first person you see that is not orange or green. There is one on this page as we found before. First of all, that's Bobas. That's the first warrior we see. So there's one, a single person in the top 100. Now let's look at the next page. Okay, so this is the top 200. As we're looking, tell me when you see something that is not, there you go, that's the first one. Kyrasis, Blood Decay. He doesn't count, that's Kyrasis. The third tank is Nubidin. He's gotten title on Prot Pally every season for a long time. This guy has been a Prot Pally main. Bobas, Prot Warrior, he's on every single leaderboard. Nubidin is the Prot Pally, he's on every leaderboard. Kyrasis, he's the Blood Decay on every leaderboard. 3. We keep scrolling. Third page. We have 3 people so far. This is not the most oppressive tank meta we have ever had. It's not even that Guardian Druid is so far ahead of other tanks currently. Third page, nothing. Fourth page, we have 3 people. There's our first Demon Hunter. 4. In 500 runs, now, here's the thing. I agree with you, Washed. I think the most oppressive tank meta we've had in a long time was actually Dragonflight Season 3 and 4 with VDH Double Sigil. But if you take a look at Dragonflight Season 3, I want you to observe the first page. Look at the first page of Dragonflight Season 3. This was an oppressive VDH meta. On the very first page, you can see there's already variation. You can see Yoda on his Pally, Nubidin, that's the same Yoda, and then Squish obviously on his bear. And there's another Prot Pally right there. There's another bear right there who was doing the 30 Ataldazar, goddamn, I remember this, back in the day. There's Bobas again on his warrior, it's the same warrior. In the first page, we have more representation of other tanks than the entire 500 runs of this current season. Does that make sense? So I don't blame people for wanting to re-roll meta. And at some point, I'm going to make a video about that. Does that make sense? Like, I think that is an interesting thing to realize and know is just how strict the requirements are. And it's just because the game has gotten more competitive. It's not even that the Guardian or the meta is so far ahead. You ask me why all tanks or healers won't be playable. That's why. Because there's just no way for them to balance it like that. Arena, okay. And that makes sense. So I don't even think it's a Blizzard balancing problem. I think it's a community problem. But I don't know what they can do about it. Also, isn't Mage bugged right now? What hero talent spec is the best for Arms Warrior? Tobbler, great question. Unsure. However, in Season 2, I've got a mission. I will have all that information in Discord. I actually put a lot of stuff. I'm updating my Discord with a bunch of information. There's going to be a lot of resources in there. Do not worry. I think that Mage is still bugged with the damage buff to missiles, as far as I know, which I don't know how much single target it actually is, but I know it's a fair bit. They cannot allow people to broadcast PTR testing. Oh, that's a take. I kind of agree with you, though. Rather, no, hold up. Okay. That's a good conversation. I understand what you're talking about. Okay. Pants, I understand what you're saying. If I may. Let me think about it for a second, because I'm about to rant and it's gonna be good. Give me a moment. Okay. It's 2026. Rather than restrict access from the people, I actually think we need to empower the people to understand what's going on. Because everybody sees everything nowadays. And what you were saying is, should streamers be allowed to stream PTR testing because of how tier listing works, because of how the meta pressure works, because they're going to be representing specs in a way that will change, and obviously the community will get debated and it causes a lot of problems. I completely agree, but I don't think that you should stop streamers from sharing their PTR testing. I think that we need to empower the WoW community to understand that what they see, especially early PTR, is not what's going to happen on Live Realms. There's a little bit of education and information that should be more widely accessible that says, hey, if your spec is S tier on PTR in the first month, you're getting nerfed. You don't want to be there. The real people, the ones in the know, the experienced players, when they see PTR and they're like, my thing is perfectly A tier, they're like, that's where I want to be. Because you just know that if something's overperforming, they're trying new things. They put new talents, they put new this, they put new that. If your thing is S tier early on, you are getting the nerf bats coming for you, man. The nerf bats coming. They're here and they're ready to swing. Blizzard is not afraid to take big swings, my friend. It's a swing and a miss. So everybody who's currently saying, for example, right now, hey, should I re-roll Blood Decay? Wait. We don't know. It's the best answer, but it's also not what people want to hear. I think that the next part of this argument is, I don't know if people want that information, but I do think that they should have it. It's my personal opinion that we need to basically empower the community to better understand this versus just pretend that somehow we're all going to be on the same page and either you can't share it or you can share it or whatever it is. It's 2026. It's the same thing. It's not just WoW, by the way. It's the same thing with many factors in this world. But at some point, we actually have to commit to the fact that people need to be empowered versus not. Does that make sense? That's my take, and I'm sticking with it. Also, my ping is currently 425, so I'm going to need to restart real quick. Hold up. Let me start. I think I turned off my exit lag. Yeah, hold up. 1 second. I restart real fast. We doing PTR keys? Yeah, you want to come, Billy? I'm just doing whatever. I'm chilling right now. Oh, I also think, by the way, I also think that they want there to be a meta. I mean, I'll go farther than that. I have no problem going farther than that. Are you kidding me? It is abundantly cleared that Blizzard wants there to be a meta, and it doesn't matter whether we are allowed to share PTR testing or not. 1000%, whatever they want to be the best, they're just going to make it good enough to happen. Oh, I forgot I was going to set up my UI today and I had installed this. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. Hold up. Do I actually set up his UI right now? Because I was going to do that today. I had considered it. Let me stop walking for a second because I think that's about 10,000 steps. All right, my ping is settled with the exit lag enabled. I'm going to need to figure this out. Oh, no, they know. They want it. They're very obvious. They're not dumb. They're not dumb. I've been meaning to. 7,500 steps. It takes a moment to set up. I think it'll take me like an hour to set up, probably. Sensei's class trees are not compatible. Okay. This will take me a while to set up, actually. I don't have a profile. I'm going to make my own. I always make my own with this type of stuff. Let me just get my treadmill out of the way so I can sit down now. Whew. Are you walking while playing? Practice. I also have leggings on. What treadmill do I use? It's really nice. It's very lightweight. You can't even hear it, right? I don't know the brand though, Floor. I apologize. I don't know what this is called. It was a gift. What is kind of uncomfortable is that I'm sweating a little bit and I'm also wearing leggings like this. You can see the leggings here. Plus this brace and I'm a little itchy now. So we're gonna bring this here. We're gonna sit down. I'm gonna make sure I do my shoulder exercises. And I probably take off the brace for a second. Whoa. Watching Zorthus' house, is it bad? I've never seen his house. Is he housing right now? No way. Is he? He's housing right now, Heroglar? Why play most of the season when there are people who buy the keyer mount less than 24 hours? Well, how many people are really going to do that, though? I'm talking about his IRL house. What? He streamed his IRL house? Did he? He did? What? Okay, I'm going to disable his UI for now, and then I might set it up later. Wait a second. Whoa, he did a cleaning stream. Oh my god. It was bad? New Asmongold question mark? Did he take inspiration? Oh my god. Do you think it was intentional or like how Zanzibar, new housing project for you? I don't think it's as bad as Asmongold's house. Okay. He lives in Australia and not even animals dared going in there. Holy shit. Not anywhere near as bad as Asmon's. Okay, that's good. That's good. Okay. What's up, Loa Dundon? Glory be to you're still awesome. Okay, all right. No rat alarm clock. I am familiar with this, yes. I would say that part of being really good at World of Warcraft is not being very good at other things. Would you agree with that? There's obviously a limit to this, and this is a big generalization. But I would say that if you really want to be good at World of Warcraft, you probably have to sacrifice something in your life. And it seems as though Zorthus may have paid the ultimate price. I can tell you, when you get route settled, will you be making... Oh, yeah, I will. Yep. Big Grizzly, I'll have it. I will. We're going to do this here, and then we'll do this key real quick, and then after this key, I'll set some stuff up. I want to show you what I'm doing with Discord. I've got a whole bunch of stuff in Discord. I'm very excited to make a bunch of stuff like that. Some of it might only come within the first week of the season, though, because I don't want to spread misinformation. Apparently, Zorthus' house already spreads enough potential contamination. So I don't want to add to that. Billy, if there's a mod in here, they can allow you to link a clip. I would love to see this clip. I am kind of curious. There's a part of me, it's kind of like watching Love Island. You don't watch it because you know that it's going to make you happy. You watch it because you just have to figure out how bad this is going to be. You know what I mean? It's basically like that. Silent, can you permit, if possible, could you permit Billy to share a link? Bill, I'm Bill, I love you? What? Your name is I'm Bill, I love you? I'm Bill L-Y. I'm Bill Lie? Oh yeah, have you never seen Asmongold's house? I mean, my dude gets a lot of hate for what it's worth, and we're not going to talk about that because it'll get weird. But for what it is worth, yeah. His wait, where are my damage meters? Oh man, my UI completely bricked when I actually reset stuff up. Hold up. Where is it? Gameplay enhancements. We won't even get into it, Tequist, because there is just literally zero politics on stream. You want to know why there is zero politics on stream? Because at one point, I decided that we would all be able to have a realistic conversation about some basic stuff. And after that day, we now have a rule of just no politics on stream. And you can probably imagine why that happened. It took exactly 5 minutes. Thank you. I'm excited to see this clip. It took exactly 5 minutes for that to happen, by the way. Yep. There was one day many seasons ago where I was like, I'm sure we could all be somewhat reasonable here. Nope. I was incorrect. I mean, at some point, I feel like it's actually branding. Yeah, I think that it's a fair rule. I think that at the very least, people can agree on why that is. You know what I mean? I would probably have a much more disgusting house if I was permitted to. The problem is that I live with people and that I was married before. So when I was married, I wasn't allowed to do the things that I wanted to do. Not like truly, because I just had to be aware of the fact that there was another person in my home, right? And then now I live with Kitty, so not like Kitty the cat, like Kitty, my girlfriend's. Her name is Kitty. So, you know. Do you have any thoughts on Prop Pally? Yes. I've got a bunch of thoughts on Prop Pally. I think that the best explanation I could give you about how Prop Pally is playing, and this was before the Reflection of Radiance nerfed, but Sentinel was still losing stacks earlier, was a video I made on YouTube that really goes over the fundamental flaw of Prop Pally. If you wanted to learn or really get my thoughts like in detail, DG Insomniac, I think it was 2 weeks ago, I made the unspoken problem of Prop Pally. That's the video I would watch. I think that would be very illuminating. I can go over it right now if you want. No problem rehashing things, but there is a whole video on YouTube about it, and I think I did a pretty good job on that. I would be careful. Maclet. Yoda is a notorious... No flame name whatsoever, obviously. But he does... I don't think it's like crazy to say that Yoda is a pretty notorious Pally sandbagger. He loves that spec, and I don't know if his word can be taken at face value at this point for tier listing predicting. For Prop Pally in particular. I hope that I don't get in trouble for saying that. Is this too much? Oh, I think he said this, though. No, all right. Ban him. Who wants to ban him? Who wants to get him? I did tell him earlier. I specifically told him earlier. Wow, you're like the 8th person who's ever been banned from my stream. It's borderline an accomplishment to get banned here. I'm pretty tolerable. I give people so many chances. You got him, Silent? All right. You will probably never have to ban anyone again. He came earlier. What happened? I missed it. You guys want to know the drama? So,
let me put it this way. All right. Well, this was like continuation from earlier. I have been gaming for a long time, and I am super willing. Okay, I'll give you some drama. I have a pretty unique hook about this, for what it is worth. I've got a very unique hook about this. I don't think that many other people share my perspective on whether or not you should just straight up ban people from your stream or how you should even handle people who disagree with you online. But I personally believe that ain't nobody a damn saint. We've all said things at one point in our life that we hope never see the light of day. I have a few group chats that I occasionally send a reel to that would probably get me arrested immediately, as does everyone. It's part of being a human being is pushing boundaries a little bit, but you do so in a safe environment. I've been playing games for a long time. For like 2 years, I pretended that I was a girl named Amber on Diablo 2 to get free items. It worked. So everybody has a past here. Everybody's done something. The online space is very weird. That being said, it is 2026. Many of the things that were funny 20 years ago are not funny anymore. But if you don't know who I am, you would not know that I have that perspective. And it would be fairly reasonable for you to come into a Twitch stream for World of Warcraft and say something stupid. I won't even repeat the exact terminology, but if somebody came in here and they used like, how do I even say the words without actually saying the words? Imagine something that gamers say. Imagine that somebody came in here and they're like, bro, you don't understand. You are expletive. Not even expletive. Like, you could say curse words. It's just, you know what I mean? Like, there are certain, I was gonna say the hard R, but then I realized that has a completely different meaning, and that would not be cool pretty much regardless. But gamer words, yeah? Like the gamer words. Indeed. So, yeah, that's the thing. Here's the thing. There are some communities who would genuinely believe that is funny as hell. If you came in here and you said that, there are some streamers who would be like, ha ha, you're funny, I like you. And they would respond in kind. That's not me. But you don't know that if you don't know me. So anyway, somebody came in here earlier and said something like that. Not identical, but they said something like that. It was rude. It had to do with me being a gay cuck, I'm pretty sure was the actual terminology that they used. And I was like, all right, like I get that you're trying to make a joke, but the joke wasn't funny. And I just let them know that wasn't going to be welcome here. I specifically was just like, hey, we're not going to ban you immediately. I just want to let you know that type of humor, we're not going to think it's funny here. Like, that's not the vibe of my stream. If you say it again, just let you know, like, we're not going to ban you right now. I don't ban anyone for saying it one time because we've all said something that maybe isn't the right place or time for it. I don't know about you guys. I'm kind of socially awkward. So that was the initial part. And then I explained it very calmly and rationally, as I always do. And then he said it again, like 20 minutes later. So at least he was hanging out. And I was like, all right, shut up. Like, no, not anymore. And then he came back and said it a third time. So now he's banned. That makes sense? Gameplay enhancements. Well, let's find out how much damage I actually did there. That boss has rough melee uptime, so that's going to be 75k. I can do much more on other bosses. Yeah. I feel bad for the guy. I don't feel bad for him. I would say I don't think that's a feeling bad thing. I don't think so, Haroglar. I think that some people, again, humor evolves over time. It is perfectly acceptable to find things funny in the right context. I personally don't agree, and this is an actual conversation because many people actually believe if you laugh at something that is not okay to laugh at, then it's maybe you're a bad person. However, oh, we got the fear. I missed my kick. I had a kick up. I could have got it. Although a 6-second fear in Mythic Plus is probably not great. I definitely think that this side is better than the other side. Yeah, are people going Are people going the other direction? I actually haven't looked at advanced routing here. Yeah, technically we should be very dead right now. Tank gets feared for 6 seconds, you should die, but bear is bear. So I am of the personal opinion, though, why left beats right for you. The other people, the guys on the left side, they're like the big guys. I think they're just inefficient. They're less counts, and I don't think they're that good to pull. I think 2 of these are probably fine. I don't know. I mean, unless I'm missing something. Like, I can dispel poison here. Maybe it's a comp diff. I haven't actually seen. Are people going other directions? I don't know. What's up, Quick and Bad? Yo, thank you for the resub. Dude, 13 months? I'm starting to realize that I've been streaming for a long time. People are now subbing, and they're like 13 months. And I'm like, bro, what? 13 months? That's a long time. Have I been streaming that long? And it's like, yeah, I've been streaming for a while now. That's crazy. Really? Saying the right should be easier? Is it because these guys have a poison that's hard to heal? I mean, my paladin's doing fair HPS right now, but it doesn't seem crazy. I don't know. I thought this route was better. But I'm honestly, there's a reason that I haven't made routing guides yet, and it's just because I have not played this PTR cycle as competitively as I normally do. Like, this is also, what is this, a 15 right now? A 15 on PTR is not that high of a key. Oh, we let the fear go off. And this guy's aggro. Well, I can't get aggro back because I'm feared. I think a 6-second fear in Mythic Plus is not okay. I think that there should not exist a mechanic that fears you for 6 seconds, especially when it's a kick. Like, a 2-second fear would be punishing enough. Right side wins. I think that you... And Blinding Veil, as far as I know, you go left. Wait, where is the fear coming from? I just kicked that one. Oh, there's 2 of them in here. Damn. You're only supposed to kick the Screamer. There's only 2 kicks in here, though. All right. Yeah, I think 6 seconds is too much. So somebody will get that kick. I'll get the other one. This one. I got it. Is it, like, I know there's a lot of tank damage in this area, but my bear doesn't feel very checked. Well, that's going to be sucky for overall damage. Do. Hey, Quick, though. How are you? 13 months is crazy. It's a few more percentage. I don't know. I guess I'd have to learn. Normally, I play PTR every day. High level. All tanks. All healers. That's what I like to do. This PTR cycle, I have not been able to do that. Focus, add, fast. My health got in the way. Health comes first. My health has been a little rough recently. I've been just having to work a little harder at taking care of myself. And one of the things is I'm not playing a lot of WoW. Comparatively to normal. It's a fair... Makes sense, right? Even today, for example, instead of playing PTR for 5 hours, I'll probably just play for a few hours, maybe set up a UI, and then call it a day. It's healthy. I wish that I didn't have a lot of the health problems that I'm currently having. They're frustrating and annoying, but... Carrying numbers, do you think Moonkin Heart of the Wild beats Cat and AoE? You Moonkin Heart of the Wild for aggro. I almost never use it for damage because the damage is not irrelevant, but... It's never worth, for example, shifting mid-pull for it because it's not good overall. A single Thrash or Lunar Beam Thrash would be more damage. You use it for aggro. In the next area, for example, you'll see. Otherwise, Cat Form Feral Frenzy is a lot of single target damage. The Feral Frenzy is absolutely worth it, Seep. The Boomkin Starfall, high level actually, yeah. The reason is because it hits every single mob that's in combat, but not out of combat. Within a very large radius. Like, first pull Algothar Academy is so significantly easier when you have that. Arnicky at Prop Pally, compare the damage. I have played actually a Prop Pally on beta. I haven't played it since the recent Reflection of Radiance nerf, And I can't say I know exactly how that will be with the change to Sentinel Decay duration. Yeah, you're welcome. Aggro, so I'm going to make a video tonight. It's a Gigo video. Very excited. I've been wanting to make this video for a long time. You're going to learn something. If not learn something, send it to every tank player you know. And it's actually not just for tanks. I got it. That was 93k single target pretty much. So right here, for example, I'm going to walk in. I can pre-Starfall because it's an 8-second duration. When I Moonfire that pack to my right, I will have aggro on them because Starfall is ticking right now. So that just helps me with aggro. As long as we don't pull a second mini boss, we're fine. Make sense? Because it applies an 8-second buff to you, and then you can use that buff even if you lose a few seconds of it. The actual damage of Starfall by the end of this pull is going to be like 1 or 2%. Okay, a lot of the bears are playing Druid of the Claw. I am not sold on it, and I have yet to see logs that confirm to me that you have to play Druid of the Claw. I think it might be competitive. I think that Apex Guardian feels good, but I might be alone in this. Like, I'm not 1,000% on it. A lot of Guardian Druids that I've been doing actual level keys have not been playing the build that I'm playing. But I genuinely believe that if you asked me to predict what's going to be the Guardian Druid meta build, it's what I'm playing right now. I don't see any problems with it at the moment. It is extremely tanky. It has all the coverage that you need. It is very straightforward, and it has excellent single target damage. All the bears who were saying that it has terrible single target damage, I was really confused with like where that was coming from, and then I realized that they were still playing no Apex. I am not even min-maxing this right now, and my damage is not sus. Whether or not it's competitive with a Blood Decay or whatever, that's a different story, because that involves other things. But I feel like there's some sandbagging going on with Bear. Because I don't think I'm like confused about how the build I'm playing, it didn't even need an 8% damage buff, I think. Like, I think that it was already going to be a solid tank. Not the best, but it was going to be a solid tank before this, though. I'll show you on the last boss. Like, I'll just show you. We have the last boss coming up, and it's a single target encounter. I don't know what I am, I think I'm supposed to go left. I don't think I'm supposed to pull the overs here, though. I don't know if it's more durable, but also I haven't been able to test plus 19 keys. However, I know enough about Mythic Plus to extrapolate my testing in 17 or 18 to what 19 would look like. And I'm telling you, Bear is not going to have a hard time living. Like, at no point have I been checked whatsoever. It's just that a lot of times when people are playing the build variety that I'm playing right now, they're doing weird stuff. Like, I'm not playing Raze, that would make me significantly squishier, having to weave that in. I don't know if they're going to force us to play Raze by the release. I'm still worried that Guardian actually gets nerfed because of this. But I'm looking at Blood Decay overalls, and it's certainly higher, but that's excluding Mark of the Wild. If you include Mark of the Wild, I don't think my damage is that... It's lower, but it's not that much lower than Blood Decay. Blood Decay is just also Giga Immortal. Like, it's very tanky right now and provides some other things that are useful. But Bear technically has a sweet spot of utility in terms of Poison Dispel, Curse Dispel, Vortex, Typhoon is pretty good in a lot of these dungeons. However, and this is kind of the however thing that you have to account for. I think I'm going to pull... I don't know about 2 Shamans. I don't know what the percentage is supposed to be in this dungeon, actually. So I can save Incarn even for single target damage coming up. I don't know. I definitely, whatever it is 2 Oh, I died. That was a rough time to say that. I messed up. But, I was looking at something. That's my bad. I completely messed up there. That's awkward timing. That's very awkward timing. I think it's supposed to be this. I think you want to pull, like, I don't know what these guys do, but they look like they're going to be much better percentage. Okay, at this point, I probably have to just Edgard here. I've been getting your Bloods, EK. I made it pretty apparent that I'm not very good at keeping melee uptime after playing no Apex Bear with your fillers. This version of Bear solves the degeneracy that this last version of Bear had. I think it's a good middle ground. Like, the version I am playing right now, extra tank damage on melee. These guys? Ah, they're fine. They don't hurt me. Yeah, it's not a problem. In cap, into kick. I can't believe I died as I said that. I do think, though. I think Bear needs to change one talent, Gory Fur. I think I know what they're going to do to Bear. I made a prediction video for it. I don't like what I think they're going to do. I think it would be bad. We're just going to pull this because I don't know what the percentage would be. I don't think this is the right thing to pull here, but we're doing it. What I am currently playing has enough nuance. I'm using my kit. I have swipe on my bar. Mangle is a part of my rotation. I'm not spamming Moonfire anymore. I actually think that this is all right. I think that the build I'm currently playing is personally decent. I think that they're just going to nerf. I think that what they think they should do is nerf Thrash and buff Raze, but I think that would be bad. I actually would cash out if they did that because I think it would be such a tone-deaf thing to do for the Guardian Druid community. I think DOTC should be competitive for the people who want to play it. I don't want it to be behind. If anything, I'd be cool if it was like 3% ahead. I would still play this version of EC because I like it. This is the way Guardian Druid is supposed to be a giga beginner friendly tank. Let's do single target right now. Cool. I have no combat potion in a second. Also, I have no warrior buff, shaman buff. I have a Mistweaver, and the Mistweaver matters. But otherwise, I will try to min-max here a little bit. And we'll see how long this boss fight is and whether or not I get to. So right there, I could have got an extra Thrash if I actually make the macro that I plan on making soon. In a lot of the logs I was looking at for people who are playing no Apex or even DOTC, do you know what their current single target looks like? I should have around 80k on this fight if I actually maintain uptime. He's walking into the frontal. I'm planting, I'm moving. I'm going to save the next combat potion for the next Feral Frenzy Lunar Beam. No. I mean, we already have that macro. That's a frontal. So right there, the B-res, this means this boss will take longer. And if this boss takes longer outside of my Lust and Combat Potion, keep in mind that I'm going to do a lot less damage. This is the video I made yesterday explaining how overall damage works. If somebody dies on a boss, and the boss takes an extra 30 seconds, that's an extra 30 seconds outside of my cooldowns probably because I had planned here. So keep in mind that that's a large factor. The fact that we just had a death to a frontal matters. This boss is not too bad once you understand it. I think it's kind of cool, though. I macro my Iron Fur, and I always have. That's nothing new. There's another macro I want to make. I just need to figure out the right way to do it for the Apex. There's like an Apex macro. So this is outside of my cooldowns. It'll ramp up. I'm at 85k single target right now. By the end of this boss, I'll be higher. That was our frontal. I'm pretty sure I just tanked that frontal. So I need a little bit more time on this boss to get back to my next Lunar Beam, Combat Potion, and Incarn window. And then my damage will go up. So we go here. Feral Frenzy. Back over here. This is single target in a non-optimal. And I also need to make jewels for my... If I'm actually comparing logs that I compare... Oh, see, like, I didn't even get to do my damage there because the boss died in the middle of my combat potion in here. But I would have had about 100k single target. That's my single target damage. That's pretty good for PTR. Like, that's not bad. And if I had that extra 20 seconds, I would have gone higher. Is that bad single target damage? Like, okay, tell me if I'm wrong. Like, tell me if I just haven't seen enough logs or whatever. Is that bad single target for a boss like that? There's no damage amp. It would have settled a little bit lower than this because my Feral Frenzy had just come up. That was not a 2-minute boss fight. It was like 2-minute 40 seconds, and we had a DPS who died. It would have been better if it was 3 minutes because that was an incarnate combat potion for another 20 seconds. Basically, I'm doing somewhere between, depending on the uptime I have on the boss, somewhere between 85 and 100k single target. Feral Frenzy about 9%, 10%, depending. It changes a little bit depending on the build. Feral Frenzy is a lot of single target, especially if you overlap it with Combat Potion and Lunar Beam properly. You want your Feral Frenzy to be during your Lunar Beam. It's a bit of a min-max. Lunar Beam gives you a lot of damage. But yeah, if you want a min-max single target, you have to do some stuff. Oh yeah, because we use Mangle. So we have the Apex and Mangle. This is Mangle, this is Apex, and we don't spam Moonfire anymore. I don't know. It's going to be hard to convince me that this is bad somehow. I don't think this is bad. That's the biggest thing. People who are saying that Guardian Druid damage is bad right now, I'm like, where is that coming from? A lot of the logs I have seen, yeah, all of my logs are here. I will do an entire Guardian Druid rotation, but I'm waiting to see if they decide to tune it further. I think that this version is okay. I think that there's actually a lot of nuance and min-max to it, but it's also straightforward enough that it's friendly for people who want to experience Guardian Druid. I think that it's a compromise between something that's still straightforward. It's similar to no Apex, but it's still approachable. You still have the idea that Guardian Druid will be a simple tank to pick up for those who want to learn tanking. And I think that the game needs that, man. Like, I really, really, really think that the game needs a tank that is not difficult for people to learn. Like, tanking has a lot of responsibility. And tonight on YouTube, I'm going to make a video. I'm so excited for this one. If I do it right, god damn, it's going to be a giga video. Oh my god. Really good video, by the way. If you're interested in tanking, you should watch it. You should send it to someone. You should send it to all of your DPS friends too. It's a video I've wanted to make for a long time. But I'm starting a little series. And hopefully the videos help. It'll be there. Easiest tank is whatever lives. I don't know if I agree with that. I think that whatever lives at the highest level is oftentimes not what lives at the mid level. I think Prop Pally is a really good example of this, where Prop Pally is weirdly easier to play in a coordinated group when you know how long packs are going to live, and you know what your healer is going to be able to do, and you know when you will or will not get help, and you can plan. Prop Pally is a giga planning tank. If you don't trust your team, you can't plan. So I think Prop Pally is weirdly harder to play at a level where you will die, but you can't trust your team yet. So that's like 19-20 on live. I bet you Prop Pally, a geared Prop Pally would be like, in a group that's good with Resil 22 would be easier on live right now. I actually stand by that. I think if you were pugging your way into 20s, like a 20 Algathar would be harder for you to tank than a 22 Algathar. I believe that. And it's it's not hard to figure out why that might be. Do you understand what I'm saying with this? For anybody who's played tank long enough, do you understand why? Do you get the nuance of that? Think about the first pull. I tanked a plus 20 Algathar on my Prop Pally 2 months ago or whatever it was, when I was just gearing it for fun. And one attempt was fine. I went into the first pull. I had full cooldowns. Well, here's the thing. The very first pull of Algathar can be challenging for Pally. I have to deal with the bleeds. I had a plan. I was going to be Sentinel into Wings, and then it was going to be 3 stacks of the bleed. Then I was going to Ardent. I was going to get 5 stacks. On the 6th stack, I would Dwarf. The next 3, I would Bubble. And then after that, I would basically Kings, and I would be fine, because the pack would be dead. That's like a minute and 10 seconds of coverage. In one attempt, flawless. I took like no damage on the first pull. It was easy. My healer wasn't concerned at all. In the next attempt, I floor popped. I died. But it's because the pull took a minute and 40 seconds, and I just ran out of stuff. Because my DPS was bad. What's the main rotation now? Rotation changes a bit, Jedi. It's not going to be the same. It will change. You are using other buttons. In your kit right now, you will be using... It looks like a lot of Thrash, but it's amped by the Apex. So you have Mangle in your rotation, which means you have more rage gen, which means Guardian's actually a little simpler. Greetings from Germany. Good morning, Alex. Good morning. But yeah, I think that tanking in general is just misunderstood. In the live version, live version is still easy. And you just basically go Thrash Moonfire. There's a whole guide for that on YouTube. If you'd like, it will help you a lot. Not a problem. Enjoy the... What? Oh, ban me again. Send me something. Yeah, so that's what I'm worried, that I think they're going to look at that, and I think that if I log these runs, I swear they're going to nerf it based on this. I actually believe that they would, unfortunately. Let me see the Zorthus clip. We were talking about it earlier, and I didn't actually get to watch it because I was in the key. I'm going to scroll up, and I really want to see the Zorthus clip. Twitch.tv. Let me see. I want to see this clip. This was his house. You said we don't spam Moonfire. Oh, 12.1. That's going to be season 2. What the hell is this? This has got to be bait. There's no way that this is real. What? What is this? What am I looking at? This is Zorthus's house? What? There's no way. Zorthus did a house tour. What's going on? Wait. What am I looking at here? That's not his tooth. Please tell me that's not the base of his toothbrush. The price we pay to be good at World of Warcraft. Unbelievable. That's what it takes. He's willing to do what we are not willing to do. It is what it is. It just seems to me like we are not committed enough, and that must be why he's better. You gotta do what you gotta do, apparently. Yep, hi Nordenheim. That right there is the top Australian player. One of them. If you want to make it to the top, you gotta be willing to sacrifice. Correct. No one knows this better than I. But I also think that that shouldn't be your toothbrush. I think that there's probably... because you have to live long enough to actually be able to play the game. I don't think having Giardia would basically make it any better. Your parse is not going to improve necessarily. Hiya. Many people have something called the depression room. Oh. And then power for fire, manage to get 22 Brazil. I don't think I remember that conversation, Ryan. Ryan, what do you think about this? How would I, where listen, they get it. How would I say this? Let me think about this for a second. I might also be setting up a new UI in a second. Let me think about this. Seep. I think that it's actually very easy for us to judge other people online. Every single person that is right now in this stream, we all have vices or aspects of our lives that we would be uncomfortable sharing with others. The way that I personally process that is with the power of autism, because I stopped caring a long time ago. People judge me anyways, and therefore I have no problem sharing parts of my life that realistically I probably shouldn't. And that's because I have no sense of social shame. But most people do have a sense of social shame, and sharing something like that could be problematic. Me, I'll just tell you, I am a very transparent person. In fact, if you are interested whatsoever in the inner aspects of my life and some of the medical journey that I went on as a child, I recently wrote a whole part of Discord where you can just read some of my story. It will surprise you, because I went through a lot as a kid that many people have no idea I went through. I don't often talk about it, but I'm happy to. Seriously, I want to give it a read. It's kind of interesting. I wrote that up last night. I was on the phone with my mom, and I was like, Mom, I want to make sure I get the dates right. How exactly did all this progress? I was like, oh, yeah, okay. So we left a lot of it out, but yeah, it's pretty good. I would agree with you, however, that many people struggle with depression, and sometimes you can see it in how they live. I also think that some people just have different preferences. Like, if a room in your house is particularly dirty and disgusting, it doesn't automatically mean that there's something wrong. It might just mean that you don't value cleanliness. I was kind of like that. For a long time, I liked a messy room because where I grew up, it was a requirement that my room had to be made military style. Like, I had to tuck the bed in every morning, 4 corners. They went to check it every single morning. They would check your room. You had 15 minutes before morning meeting. You had to do it. If you didn't do it, you would get in trouble. And in a weird way, that actually encouraged me later in my life to just have a messy room, because I didn't want to hold myself to that standard because I found it to be oppressive. Nowadays, it's a bit of a 50-50 because I share a room with a super hot piece of ass who has a name and value as a human being too, but it doesn't mean I can't appreciate the physicality of things. And so, well, am I not supposed? I always get confused by this. If you like someone, are you not supposed to describe them as a hot piece of ass? Well, hold up. Let me back up for a second. Why not? Why not? But in private, why not? I'm proud of it. Yes. It's not for us to know? Fair enough. I would say, for example, when I wanted to learn how to flirt with people, I really didn't quite understand a few things, because back in the day I was like, well, if you're truly attracted to somebody and you wanted to be with them, then ideally you're looking at a long-term life together, right? And if you're looking at a long-term life together, one of the things you would consider is having children. So you could, for example, in an expression of your desire to be with this person in their whole being, walk up to them and say, I would like to impregnate you. Because that would be a way to demonstrate your thought process of how much you enjoy who they are. However, I learned quickly that that doesn't work. And don't do that. That's date 2, not date 1, maybe 3. If you're unlucky, it might be day one. But you want to build up to that a little bit. I guess people shouldn't value for the most. I think Evolve, in a weird way, our world has become very counter to anything that is within that realm. If I describe somebody's physicality, many people will take that as if that was the main thing that I cared about, which would be a misrepresentation of who I am. But on the internet in 2026, if I, for example, say, but I love Brewmaster Monk, there are many people who will hear that as I hate the other 5 things. And that's a weird thing that we do. I don't know exactly where this was caused by, but it's very difficult to make opinions online or even jokes just simply because many people will interpret that as you dislike whatever you're not saying. You have to be willing to appreciate that there's a sense of gray on this and a little bit of a conversation. Me saying one statement is not a reflection of who I am. This is a live stream. It is not scripted. Sometimes I say stupid stuff because it's a stupid stream, because that's just, I'm in that mood. I am a human being. This is not a video that I watched back and edited and then aired to everyone. And I really wish that for what it is worth, some people were willing to understand that when you watch streamers, they're just people. You know? Yeah, I don't actually flirt like this. I'm being sarcastic. I have never once I don't think I've actually really picked anybody up in real life. That's not how I do things. Well, that's not entirely true. But yeah, no, I mean, I learned how to have game a while ago, but it doesn't necessarily mean that I have it today. Basically, if I can't Rizm with the Tism, then I probably can't Rizm at all. What's up, Diskit and Junkie? This is a weird first impression. Hello there. Hopefully you know me from some other source, because if this was your first impression of me, I don't know how this is going so far. To be fair, I haven't actually been on like a date like that in 9 years. Well, no. Not 9 years, like 8 years. Hi, man. What's up? Are you coming to complain? What I miss? What I miss, buddy? I heard you yelling out there. What I miss? Yeah? What I miss? Yeah. What's that? Yeah? Yeah? What else? Yeah? What else happened? Your sister did what? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I can't believe she did that to you. Wow. Is there anything else you would like to say? Yeah? Yeah? It's a very cute cat, man. But with great cuteness comes great menacing. And he is an absolute menace. He's such a menace, bro. I know. The thing is, I know you really want attention right now, but I am live. And I can't really play with you at the moment. He's purring and complaining at the same time. Can you hear him purring? Look at this cat. I have never met another cat quite like this. I've never met another cat like this in my life. You done? Now he's just gonna scream, though. That's what he does. How's he both? So I know. Have you ever seen the social media with him, by the way? You know that the Facebook is about to cross 50,000? I started it like a few months ago. You know that? Isn't that crazy? Here, look. Whatever platform you want. I don't think I've ever connected my Facebook through the stream. But there's an Instagram, a TikTok, and basically a Facebook for him. They're all 3 different names because I'm terrible at branding and advertising. It's my least skilled thing. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's just my name. Is someone reposting videos / stream? Yeah. I mean, it happens. There are like AI scripts that they do for that for sure. Hi, buddy. Let me go give him a snack. And then I'll figure out what I'm doing after that. Tonight, there's going to be such a cool video. Be right back real quick. Come on, buddy. You guys want food, I understand. Let's go get you a snack. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Don't hit your brother. Come.
Hello. Oh, what happened to the music? Where'd the music go? Where'd the music go, man?
What's up, Insomniac? In Season 2, you're looking to play your first season as a main tank. So far, I've only played Feral DPS and 2 seasons of Disc Priest, Resto Druid. Got to like 3.6k, all right? Only tank experience I have is like Prot Pally. What's your goal, Insomniac? How to what level would you like to take keys, and how hard would you like to play? It's a good question. I think it depends on your personal goals. I want to say that in Season 2, more tanks will be viable. Maybe the equivalent of what plus 20 is. Do you have friends, or are you pugging? Next question. Are you lonely? You have friends, you have some DPS that you play with, right? Okay, but no healer friend. That's fine, as long as you have some DPS friends. So you're not truly pugging, and when you log into the game, you don't basically just log in and go like this, and then go pre-made group, find a group, and then that, right? That's good. That's what you want. Okay. If I asked you it like this, do you have a tank that is genuinely your favorite just because it is your favorite? Like, do you just really like a particular tank based on their playstyle? Pally. Play Pally then. That's what I would say. I think that Prot Pally is looking much better than Season 1. Whether or not it will be meta, good question. What's up, Con? Thanks for popping in. Hope you have a nice day. I'm sure you've answered, but do I plan to play all the tanks or stick with Guardian for Season 2? I'm going to mostly stick with Guardian. I like to play everything, for sure. I just like to play for fun. But I enjoy alts because learning new things is cool. At this point, though, I'll play Guardian. And I'm also okay because I don't want a Mythic Raid. And the Mythic Raid changes are massive. I'm also okay with just not progressing as much in Season 2. Like, to be honest, I'm super okay with going to... This season, I got Resil 20. I got 4K IO in May. So if I kept playing, it would be... I would be, what, like Resil 22 with half 23s, give or take? If I just kept playing 3 months of prog. Sorry, that was probably really loud. I don't care enough. It's not how I enjoy the game right now. I'll play Guardian Druid. I was pretty happy with this season. You can see my logs were solid. I thought I did good this season. You can see here. At some point, I'm going to go over this video, by the way. What's up, Barley? This is going to be something that I do. I'm going to make a video about how to understand raid parsing. And how to get this. Average parse, 99 for Chimeras. I only pugged Mythic Chimeras, right? The last kill was a while ago. And then Mythic Sporefall was the same thing. Anytime I parse, 99.8 average. 3 kills, all on the first day. Never went back to do this. I will show you exactly how to understand getting good parses as a tank. Or just anything in raid. People really misunderstand this one. But there's a way to just... If you understand how to parse in raid, you will do well. You can't do bad, at the very least. At some point. Yeah, I was not unhappy with this season. And I think that Bear currently is looking good. I would not play Bear if they nerf Bear and they do some weird stuff with like Druid of the Claw and Raise, I would not play it, to be fair. Do you have an opinion on Fodom? Yeah, I do. Getting into a lot of random discords and making friends on this MMO. This weekend, Evolve, I have a podcast coming out with Mr. Banchers. Are you familiar with Banchers? Should be. He's a good person because I asked him, should you reroll? What's the advantage of playing off meta? I mean, talk about a not Fodom comp. I honestly think, and this is, I'm sad to say this. I am actually sad to say this. I think that more people should Fodom reroll, given how the game is right now. If you post that out of context, people will get so mad at me as if I was somehow responsible for this system. Bro, I am not responsible for this. I don't like this. I don't want you to have to do this. Okay? You understand? You get what I'm saying here? Fodom, flavor of the month. Basically to reroll to what's meta. Okay? Look at me. I am here. My camera is right here. Look at me. Zoom in. I do not like this, but you should just reroll meta. Most people in this game would actually have a better experience if they just played the Fodom spec. There is more context to this conversation, but if you wanted a short clip to answer your question, that's the one. It is what it is. Don't ask me, ask Blizzard. That's it. I'll make a whole conversation about this soon. We'll keep talking about it. How does the HP bar look for each tank right now? There are ways around it, Evolve, but they're nuanced and complicated. If you want to play off meta and still push for 1% title or past that, I think you have to be willing to engage with the game differently, actually. I'm going to make sure I do my shoulder workouts. I've got 2 ice creams to eat, and then I might want to set up Ellesmere UI. That was kind of one of my goals today, was actually start setting up Ellesmere UI. I think that if I make a Season 2 profile, it will carry into Season 2, and that's what I care about right now, so I would consider it. You know? I mean, Biquette. I don't think you're wrong. What's up, Obley? Yo, we gotta make a time. I keep forgetting to message you. I've been busy. Tonight, where do you live? Isn't it really late? It's 3 p.m. for me right now. Ugh, Obley. You know what exercise you know what muscle group I hate training the most? Probably out of anything. For some reason, I just hate it. Like, it feels super uncomfortable and it's borderline painful. I just don't like it. But there is a particular muscle group that I absolutely hate. No, I love training my weenus. That's fine. My weenus is... I have actually like a very stretchy weenus. Yeah, look. I've got a particularly stretchy... And the reason for that is because I have EDS. One of the symptoms of having a connective tissue disorder is stretchier skin. So that's not a problem for me. But lower traps. I hate training lower traps. People just come up with one strategy that a few people come up with. I think that one of my favorite things to ask people when I do the podcast with them, like I'll ask you, Obley, you are somebody who takes a lot of pride in playing well. How do you balance carbon copying with coming up with your own strategies? It's a very interesting conversation because most people carbon copy, but the ones who tend to be very good can also innovate. And how do you balance that? I think it's a good conversation. Yeah, but don't answer it now. Save it for the podcast. You don't have to type up a response, but I think it's a good question. I have a video that's coming out tonight. It's very exciting. What was the sorcery with my thumbs? You don't know this? You never seen this? I've got a EDS. It's called Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. Yeah. So it's a connective tissue disorder. No, I live in Thailand. All of my joints do this. Every one of them can crack and dislocate too. So everyone. I can dislocate pretty much any one of my joints. It has made fitness very difficult. I had to learn a lot early on to be able to work out at all. Because, like, my shoulder does this, my hip does this, my ankle, every joint in my body has way more range of motion than it should. So I had to specifically limit, like, I had to learn how to limit range of motion. Yeah. It's one of those, not everybody has the same body, you know, Obly. Like, when you train, the initial part of learning to be a PT is like, oh, like, let's do squats and push-ups and bicep curls. But when you get into fitness, you'll realize that it's a lot more nuanced than that. What is my gym school? In my country, people aren't Evolve. Man, I had a memory come up on Facebook. I think I can show it to you, right? I know I'm double jointed, very tall. Yeah, very tall is one of those things. You know, I can just show you, can I not? Can I just log into Facebook on my PC? Facebook.com. Can I do this? You can log into Facebook online, right? To confirm whether it's you. Oh, that's not me. All right, hold up. I didn't get the code. No. Wait, no, this is the wrong email. All right, never mind. I can't do this. It's PS5 exclusive. Damn. What email did I use for my Facebook? Oh, I don't know this. Hi, Forging. I will show you something. This is the secret to fitness. Well, why would I ever log in on my... I've never once looked... I swear to God, I've never looked at Facebook a single time on my PC. I don't think I have ever logged in. Why would I ever log in? Hi, Mr. Hammer. That is a wonderful rainbow alpaca. I kind of want an alpaca, to be honest. I do actually think that that's an interesting conversation, Johannes. Like, the re-rolling, allowing people to basically fodder re-roll easier. Like, should it be harder to gear an alt? That's a difficult one. Okay, hold up. I'm going to figure this out. So I go in here. I go to Facebook. I need to change the email that I'm logged into this browser with. All right. I think it's this one. And then I go to Facebook. No, stop asking me to log in. Why is this old? Who is this? This is not to continue. No, let me swap accounts. Okay, I'm going to use a different browser. This browser isn't working. Okay, Chrome. Open Chrome. Here we go. And then we go Facebook. This one should work. Okay. Why is it in Thai? Can this not be in Thai? God damn it. How do I translate the page? All right. I want to show you the secret to fitness. It's called time. Evolve, I can answer that question for you. Oh, wait a second. I'm in. I got it. I logged in. All right, cool. I figured this out. There's a memory from 8 years ago. A modeling shoot. Goddamn, let me make sure I don't show you my... You know, when I actually made my Facebook public, I had to be so careful because, like, so I post on the cat stuff to Facebook. When I started posting to my Facebook, this was also my old Facebook. And one of the things that happened, right, was that at some point I didn't realize that you could see who you're following on Facebook. Did you know that? So, for example, if you go to my following, you can see like thick TikTok girls in the following thing. And I was like, oh, shit. So I had to go and unfollow a lot of those pages. But I swear most of them were work contacts, okay? Just like if you see anything weird here. Wait, how do I find memories from yesterday? There's no way that I can't see the memory that came up yesterday. That defeats the entire purpose of this conversation. Memories. Don't show me today. Show me yesterday. I hate social media. Why can't I find memories from yesterday? For real? This is today. No, just give me the what? Memories homepage. Why am I so old? I don't understand. I can't figure this out. This is not working properly. Are you for real that I can't even figure this out right now? Unbelievable. All right, well, I'm not showing you my Facebook, apparently. Yeah, I'm trying to... I literally got a notification. I was like, oh, well, it's this memory from 8 years ago. Hold up. No, see all notifications. All right. I got this. See previous notifications. No, stop capping at 8 hours ago. All right, hold on. I kind of just want to show you my screen, but I'm a little worried about it. There's got to be memory from yesterday. Yes, I'm aware that my reel got 10,000 views. Thank you. This one says 50,000. Yes, cool. Thank you. Your reel is ready to view. Thank you. But I don't care about. Where is the memory? 3 days ago. You can't. Why can't I find the thing that came up literally yesterday? Bruh. This is the worst interface known to mankind. I need tech support. God damn. All right. Okay, so this is not going to work. We're X-naying this as a strategy. Exit out of Facebook. What we'll do instead is I will show you something from here. All right, gym. Let's scroll up. Great. Here, let's choose a video of some kind here. Voila. Great. Excellent. How long ago do you think this was, Evolve? When we talk fitness, this is the most underrated thing. No one ever talks about the fact that time is the probably most impactful thing when it comes to fitness results. Here, this is me. This is like some memories from modeling back in the day. This one just came up. This was 8 years ago, apparently, when I was that shredded. So I look like this 8 years ago. Now, granted, I didn't always look like this. It took me a long time to get here. But if you look like that 8 years ago, it's pretty hard not to be fit today. You would have to kind of fuck up. If you just maintain once you obtain, you don't need to do a lot. If these are memories from 7, 8 years ago, it's not that hard to basically look good today. Does that make sense? So you can be intelligent with your training and whatnot, but this is me as a kid. That makes sense? That kind of answer your question? I don't know why. It was actually, I was really going to show you something cool, and then I forgot because I couldn't log into Facebook, and it wasn't showing me what I wanted it to show me. So apologies. That analogy didn't work very well. The point is that in order for me to obtain those results, I had to realize that how do I say this? It's not an insult, it's a explanation. So much of what you see online with optimizing fitness does not help people. In fact, the entire health ecosystem online should not be called fitness anymore. Shouldn't even be called health. The vast majority of it does not help. I don't really know how hard, well, it's all about its consistency is the thing. But how do you obtain consistency? You obtain consistency through understanding human psychology, not physiology. It's a little bit of both. When you want to get somebody practical results, you need them to show up. And if you want them to show up, you have to dose correctly. So it doesn't matter what your split is. It matters how well you work out and what your relationship with workout is. Because right now, I have had the flu and been sick and not been feeling my best for the last few months. They have this conversation all the day. I'm not doing it quite right now, to be honest with you. But the point is, if you wanted to have good health, the question you need to ask yourself is, how can I make sure I'm doing this in November? Because I will progress. And then you need to have relatively accurate information. Doesn't even need to be perfect at that point. But remember that you could hire Hugh Jackman or The Rock, whoever you'd like. You could hire the most impressive trainers that I've ever had the privilege of meeting in my life. And they will teach you things that you had no idea existed. But if you only do one session, it doesn't matter. Speaking of which, I gotta train my lower traps. I hate lower traps. Bye, Con. Have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. All right. This is my least I'm procrastinating right now. Save me from myself. I should be playing Evanescence in the background because that is how I feel. I really don't like this workout, but I'm going to do it anyways because I have to. Blech. This is actively my least favorite thing. it's not that it doesn't matter what you do, it's just that there are more important things. You can maximize, but I think that so much of the conversation just doesn't do that well. What's up, Johannes on YouTube? He said, where you live now in Thailand, you're able to walk and take public transport, yeah? Technically, yes. Was the place you were from? Yeah. I'm from LA, and in LA, you basically have to have a car. I mean, there was a bus system, but the bus system in LA is not really, that doesn't count. I don't even think that qualifies, to be honest with you. Borderline. Yeah, but I don't walk in Thailand. You don't walk here because it's hot. It's too hot to walk here properly. That's the problem with walking in Thailand. No one really walks here. You do, but not for very long. Yeah, although a good brewmaster also is pretty tanky, Barley. But yes, technically. Brewmaster is simple because you don't have to cycle defensives. Whereas every other tank, I'll make a video about this tonight. If you want to learn, I have such a good video about this. I am extremely excited. Super excited, Barley. It's going to be a good one. I've been planning this one in my head for a little bit. Hello there, Diana. Did you know that there's a princess with your name? So I've heard. Hi, Fluffy. How's it going? I'm procrastinating. Save me from myself. I don't want to do this thing that I told myself I would do. I told myself, woo, if you stream today, then you have to do this exercise. And I'm like, ugh, it's my least favorite thing. And I am actually and actively procrastinating it. It's not that I'm lazy, it's just that I don't like doing it. But it's good for me. There's a LOL character with your name? There you go. I did not. I played League of Legends for 6 hours one day and decided I would never play it again. I guess a self-doom? No, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I just don't like doing it. All right. It's 50 reps, give or take. 50 reps. I use this. Probably the most masculine part of my personality. I actually like American football. I'll use this to prop my chest up, and I'll work my lower traps. Nope, it's not Bulgarian split squats. I don't mind those as much. This is a workout. It would be most accurately or similarly to a Y raise for the lower traps. It would help a lot of people to do this. Ugh. Okay, we're just gonna send it. I'm gonna put music up. I wish this is where normally I would just start playing like Attack on Titan Airwind music blasting in my ear. Hello there, Diana. What did make me happy today? Fluffy, I'll tell you what made me happy today. What's one thing that made me happy today? I've been taking good care of myself. Hydrating, water, food, basics. But I've been working out. My body is finally starting to feel like it has some strength after the flu in May. I don't know why that impacted me so much, but it has been rough and very frustrating. But I'm starting to feel a little better. Slowly but surely. It's going to take a little bit more time. I understand that I have these conditions, but doesn't matter. I'm gonna win. Like I'll just get better. It's a learning opportunity. I have been very overwhelmed. I've been very vocal about that. But I think that something that made me happy today is that I'm sore from the gym, but I've been doing a good job. You always seem so happy to me. I'm glad you think so. I choose to be joyful. I don't know if I'm always happy. Happy comes and goes. Host Proggle will say, thank you, Fluffy. There's a section I wrote in Discord last night, which took a second to actually write it up, about my past and my relationship with mental health. I say all the time that I was lucky to survive as a kid, but I don't think people really realize what that meant and like some of the things that I dealt with. So I put a little thing. It's just under Discord. It's just Straight up, it just says IRL. It's like medical information, like my medical story or whatever. Read it if you want. I know that I'll succeed, and I already know that I'll just do better. But it still is overwhelming to feel bad and go through things. So that's where I'm at. Here we go. Are you ready? No more procrastinating. Let's get it done. In fact, I'm going to put in headphones for a second, and I'm going to show you my least favorite workout of all time. Maybe not of all time. That's probably too much. It doesn't look like much, but I hate this workout. That means I need to do it more. All right. Here, let me balance this a little bit better. There. Okay. I'm serious, I'm going to do this. Okay. Do you guys like Star Wars? Are there any people here who are Star Wars fans? Like actually Star Wars fans? Let's do it. Oh, I love Doctor Who Evolve. Actually, I have a TARDIS and everything. Oh, I'm really a big Doctor Who fan. He has inspired my life probably more than anyone. Yeah. Watch it, Star Wars game coming out. Do you know Star Wars Theory finally came out with Vader Part 2? CGI, not AI. Do you know who Star Wars Theory is? Have you seen Vader Part 1? There's a lot of good fan-made stuff of Star Wars. I'll show you some. Some of it is AI. There are some channels that are like lore heavy, but this guy I might show it to you. It's super cool. Very cool. I've been enjoying this song right now. Here we go. Not procrastinating. In 3 minutes, I will tell you and I will show you some of the coolest fan-made Star Wars Vader stuff of all time. All right? hate that workout. Ooh, tingly. Let's do it a few more times. This is like a mobility. It's building muscle. It's just targeting a very specific one. It's called the lower traps. I hate that workout so much. You know, Evolve, you know how you said you come in here and I seem like a happy person? France, let me answer the WoW question first. 1%, interesting. I thought it would be higher already. The only question at this point, it doesn't seem like it's going to be Brazil 21. I'm pretty surprised. I genuinely thought, and my prediction was that it was going to be much closer to 4K. I figured it would be Brazil 21 or not having 21 Algothar Academy. But it doesn't seem like that right now. The question, though, is will there be a lot of boosting in the last 7 days? There is, however, only 7 days left. And on the US, it's 39.12. And in the EU, it's 39.61. So EU is almost certainly getting to 4K. NA is the question mark. We just don't know how many people will log in this last 7 days and do it. That's like the real question mark, right? What's up, Stroudy? So do you need something for chest support? That's it. Looks like I'm not recommending anybody else do this. This is just something I need to do for myself. And it feels very difficult, but I don't mind doing difficult things. Evolve, you said that I'm glad that you think I'm a joyful person. When I'm outside, especially at the gym, I basically hypnotize myself and drive myself into a bit of a frenzy, and I just literally close my eyes and do the exercise until I black out. Like, nearly. My problem is I work out too hard, not the other way around. Headphones in, Erwin from Attack on Titan absolutely screaming at me, or some sort of very emotional Star Wars tribute, even whatever, any tribute. I love watching all of them. Any fan-made anything. Sometimes it's just a really intense anime, like revenge story music video that's just gone from Hunter x Hunter in all of the best moments. Sometimes it's just the pain arc from Naruto or whatever it is. Like, I just play it in my head. My Hero Academia has some great things, like anything, all of it. Blast it. And just... yeah, no, I mean, I will, it's my favorite thing, actually. Makes me happy. Because although it is hard and I don't like doing it, I know it's good for me. And the truth is that exercise is just like daily quests. That's all exercising is. You're just doing a daily quest so that you get the mount at the end of the season. And the end of the season is later on in your life. And the mount that you're trying to get is hopefully a very attractive mate. I wish I could push myself to... Did you watch the new Spider-Man? No, I haven't. Stroudy, I think Guardian's feeling good. The only thing with Guardian is that people are not agreeing on what build to play. I swear the build I am playing right now is going to be the best one. I'm like pretty confident about that. I just don't know why no one else is playing it. There's some weird sandbagging stuff. I don't know. But I every time I play this current build, it performs extremely well. I haven't been able to play 19s on PTR, but I can extrapolate and say that it will still be tanky enough in 19. Like, I don't think it's going to have any problems. Single target is very high. This was not an accurate representation. This was a boss in a previous key. Yeah. It's basically EC Apex. I'll update the build as it progresses in Discord, but I swear Guardian is actually doing okay. Especially after the 8% damage buff. It wasn't a 215. Was it as a 215 boss? It actually would have been better. My Incarn had just come up and my combat potion was pressed at 2 minutes and 5 seconds. So I was ramping here, Mua. I was ramping. It would have been... I would have had way more damage at 3 minutes, and then it would have fallen off again around 3:30, and then 4 would have been a third Feral Frenzy, and I would have been up again. So to be fair, yeah, this is not a representation. I'm doing about 85 to 100k single target, somewhere in that range, depending on boss. I'm going to do another set of this exercise that I hate doing. It's good for me. It basically, this exercise in my body Not that I super believe in posture, but if I was going to use that terminology, this shit fixes my posture more than absolutely anything else. Was it good? Variants. I've heard good things about the new Spider-Man. I'm going to blast some music, and I'm going to forget that I'm streaming for like 2 seconds. Let's play Star Wars Duel of the Fates or something like that. Let's get it. Not this. Not feeling that. I need something else. No need for me above. This one's good. All right. I will show you right after this. Remind me. I will link you something for Star Wars that's super cool. Thank you, Stroudy. I was gonna do it anyways. I put them as stream redemptions, but I'm taking care of my health. Like my comeback right now is personal. My health comeback. I will prove it to myself. second. Whew. Okay, now, that was a set. What's up, Johnny? Get it, Johnny. Fuck yeah. Thank you, Stroudy. That was a long set. It was about 4 minutes. That was actually like pretty close to failure. That was pretty close to like I can't move my arms now. I'm actually I can do it. Yeah. Evolve. That is a great question. I will try to answer it. Jag, exercise. I told myself that if I streamed today, I would do what I consider to be my current physical therapy to help with my joints. And this one's exercise. I told myself that if I start stream today, I would take care of myself because currently my health comeback with how sick I've been recently is at this point personal. I am so beyond committed to feeling healthy again and feeling good again. Genuinely. That I would sacrifice anything. Like I will do whatever it takes. And currently what it takes is doing the exercises I don't want to do. I would actually love to just do like a really fun chest workout and some arms or shoulders or whatever. But what I just did is actually what my body needs right now. It's just annoying. Thank you, Johnny. You know, I have lived in a bunch of different countries, and I will say that people are different. You know, if there's one thing, we never know someone else's story, right? Do you have joint pain in the shoulders or hand? I've got a joint condition, Pinks. It affects me. It's called EDS. I have worked pretty much my entire life to be strong, stabilize, and be healthy. It's a bit complicated. At the end of the day, I just need to do upkeep on some of the muscles that support my body in a simple way to look at it. These days, I can't say that I work out necessarily to get bigger biceps or more definition. It's not really my priority. My priority is just feeling good. But I have some, when I don't take care of myself, I have some shoulder pains and stuff. Dislocated your shoulders 13 different times, damn. That was a lot. How did you dislocate from motocross? You do motocross. I think I would not survive a day of motocross. My mom has EDS. There you go. Okay. I apparently don't have it. Spooty head mister. You know, Spooty, I would be willing to have that conversation with you from that YouTube comment. I cannot. Interestingly enough, it's one of those subjects I am weirdly not allowed to talk about on stream. I hope you kind of respect it. It's a very strange thing because it's an actual conversation to have, but I cannot talk about it. I looked it up once. Throwing a damn water bottle too hard popped your shoulder out. Holy. Yeah, Pinks, you can see my hands here. You ready? If you're new to stream, this will surprise you. Here you go. My joints, my connective tissue does not stabilize properly. Although that's actually an outdated look on EDS. EDS nowadays, we know a little bit more about it, and we know that that's not quite true. Yeah, so I have my shoulders also work like that. When I wanted to learn how to, it doesn't surprise you, I guess. When I wanted to learn how to run, I would dislocate my shoulder every time. Being human is awesome, Johnny. Being human is the coolest thing ever. Stroudy, thank you for the bits. I will take care of myself. I'll put them as goals. Thank you. I really like streaming, and I really like making content. I have a video coming out tonight that I have to make still. I got to record it, actually, before I go to work tonight. But this one will be really cool. The video I made 2 days ago, I have a lot more ideas for this, and hopefully I can help people feel more confident in Mythic Plus, you know? You had a tank question. Oh, well, hello there, Pinks. My stream is a weird place. I'll go back and forth between whatever subjects I so desire, to be honest with you. I will, that's just my thing, you know? I'll talk about whatever it is that I want to talk about. You know, you might come in here one day and it's like, is he talking about divorce? And I'll be like, yep. We're going to have an hour-long conversation about this. And then the next time you'll come into stream, it'll be like, well, mental health this, and then physical health. And then one day it'll just be random this. I don't know. I don't plan this stuff. I just hit go live because I like it. Okay, that's settling down a little bit. My shoulders are kind of coming back. I've got a few more exercises to do at some point. Yeah, DOTC for Season 2 is something I have to test a little bit more actively. Johnny, do you play WoW? And Pinks, what was your tank question? There was another tank question I missed earlier because I was distracted. Kenny, you asked me, do I know what tank I am going to play? Yes, I do. You got me into Bear Tank. It's the most fun I've had. Congratulations. Bear right now, if they don't nerf it, Stroudy, people will like it. I genuinely think that this version of Bear I am currently playing is actually really good. Wow, my class for 13 hours today. Damn. I'm kind of ready for Classic Plus. I'd be excited to play it. Stroudy, I think that tanks are okay going into Season 2 right now. Actually. I think that tanks are actually doing pretty good currently. I don't think they're in a rough spot as much. But I'm curious about the DOTC. This version of EC, it's possible, Spooty, that the people who view it as a little bit stale or boring, I think that this new version of it with Apex, having Mangle on your bar, actually using swipe in your rotation is not as degenerate. It feels a little bit more fluid, but it's still a good balance between being easy to pick up, straightforward, and not too complicated, if that makes sense. I think it's a good balance right now. Pinks, your question is, yesterday I completely screwed a Nexus Point plus 10 on the left side. We kept dying without knowing why. When you're doing a plus 10, Pinks, and people die, there are two primary reasons why this will happen. It's not always true, but hopefully this helps. Number one, people get hit by puddles. There's a mechanic that they were supposed to dodge. They did not dodge. Nexus left side in particular is quite famous for this. There's a lot of puddles, a lot of ground effects. Most likely, that's what kills somebody in a plus 10. The other thing is that the tank overpulls because there might be 4 casters without you realizing it, and then the casters wreck people. But I think that in a 10, that's really how most people would end up dying. Either they were supposed to dodge something, they didn't, there was a mechanic they didn't do, or the tank overpulls. I think that that's a pretty accurate thing to say. Not feeling a raise build? I've played a lot of versions of Bear over time. I'm actually not a Fodder reroller, you know, Mr. Spooty Headmisters on YouTube. You asked me, am I not feeling a raise build? I have played Bear for a while. Yeah, what's up, Sleepin'? I'm doing good because I've just done some shoulder exercise, and that is what I told myself I would do today. There's a few more. There's like 2 more exercises. If I do 2 more sets, I would be very happy. Right now, I'm happy, but I could be very happy if I do a little bit more. And since Shroudy gifted some bits, I'll consider that to be my 5 sets. That last set, if we count it as 1, was a long one, but given the fact that I have the thing today as 100 bits equals 1 shoulder exercise, I will count that. And so I owe you some more. I am more than happy to. All right. Let's do one of those sets, by the way. This next exercise is something here, though. I gave a prime sub. Does it count as some bits? It doesn't count as for the redemptions. Normally, the bit goals are different. But I appreciate your prime sub. I like streaming. It doesn't... For me to stream, my health is the absolute biggest barrier and factor. Health comes first. Stream and content comes second because this is not my main job. This helps. Everything that I make with stream certainly contributes. I mean, these days, I think I do pretty well for myself. But it's not my main job. This is an additional thing I do in my daytime because it's 3:56 p.m. for me right now. Thank you, Pinks. I'm starting to feel better. To answer your question about Nexus left side, if you ever wipe a key in a 10, if you have to make a choice, pull safe. You might not understand what kills you in the pack, but if you are dying to a pack in Mythic Plus, and you realize that you're dying consistently, split the pull. For future keys, split the pull. Always. It's almost always the right choice. Shy of Algothar Academy, even going all the way up to plus 20 and plus 21, still the right choice is to go safer. Eventually, at 22, 23, you might have to not take that choice, but almost always it's the right thing to do. And Spooty, for the Raze build, I'm not a huge fan of playing Raze. I have, in Dragonflight Season 2, when Bear was part of the God Comp and we played Raze, I think I didn't mind it in that season, but also because we had Tooth and Claw, and it just fit into your rotation a little bit better. I find Raze to be kind of awkward in the current iteration of Bear. It's not like you don't have enough rage to use it effectively. You have more than enough to just maintain the 1 stack of iron for Theory, or 2. The problem is that I feel like this last season, it wouldn't have fit at all. And initially, when I was playing the Apex variant of Bear before the no Apex build was buffed, I liked no Apex more. When I tried to play Apex in some of the early 19s or whatever we were doing, I did a bit more damage, but I genuinely did not like having to set up each window. Now, that was with the full Apex version of it. With just Raze as an actual rotational button, I just think it's overhyped. It takes a global. Thrash is the most important thing right now. You have to make way more active decisions to min-max playing with Raze as a Guardian Druid. It's not my thing, but I know that a lot of people like it. Like, a ton of people enjoy the Druid of the Claw, Raze, Guardian Druid playstyle. I want that to be competitive so that those people can enjoy it and have it as an option. I personally don't like it. But that is a pure personal preference. It's not because I view it as like a state of the game thing. I just think that Guardian Druid by default is meant to be the beginner-friendly tank. And the second you add a second... When you add a second resource to manage for tanks, it doesn't seem like it would be that big of a deal, but it takes a lot of cognitive bandwidth, and I feel as though it can drastically impact people's relationship with Guardian Druid if they have to play Raze. Quote unquote, and the emphasis on have to. They would have to nerf this current build pretty bad in order for that to happen. But yeah. I still think the healing debuff, I mean, unless you really overpull, I don't feel like that would kill you on a 10. Does that make sense, though, Spooty, to answer the question about Raze? I'll make a video about it at some point. I think it's interesting. I think there's just a playstyle difference with some people who really like this and some people who don't. He's on Pekko's doing keys right now on his Paladin. Yeah, so if you ask me to manage 2 resources, I can. But since I like streaming and talking to people the whole key, I tend to prefer disengaging that part of my brain to focus on the key. But it's a pretty personal preference. I don't prefer tanks that require my absolute focus. I prefer being able to chill and perform my role successfully by being a good tank, not necessarily by being the best at a complicated, nuanced rotation, if that makes sense. Blood DK is a weird one. I think that people overcomplicate it. In order to be great at Blood DK, super complicated. In order to be good at Blood DK, not hard. There's a big difference between those two things. If you want to, for example, be a decent Blood DK, not complicated. If you want to be a perfect Blood DK, crazy hard. The ceiling is very high. But to be like decent at it, just to like parse well, like do like an 80 parse, like just to be good, not hard. People overcomplicate that tank like crazy. There's a video I made on I never put it to YouTube members. I forgot to upload it. There's a video I made on Patreon, which is like a first look at Blood DK. And I think that when you approach Blood DK like that, it changes the framework completely. And you realize that basically Blood DK is actually a 1, 2, 3, 4 tank. It really is actually a 1, 2, 3, 4. It's 4 buttons, 5th if you count Death and Decay. I don't think it's that hard. But if you want to take it from good to great, then it's hard. What is the easiest tank? Yeah, basically Mua. I mean, when you reduce it, yes, and I think if more people knew that, it would be easier for them to pick it up. I agree, Mua. Pretty much almost every spec in WoW is 1, 2, 3, 4 right now, give or take. Maybe with a 5 and a 6. All right, GG's, Booty. What's the easiest tank? Great question. We should tier list it. We should do that at one day. Let's do it on stream at some point. I think that we should totally do that. Druid is only 1-1-1. It's more than that. There's a lot of Druids. So people say that, and that's an oversimplification faculty, because have you played things that are not Guardian Druid this last season, out of curiosity? Like, does anybody here also play DPS or healer, for example, and you get to see other tanks? I actually feel like a lot of people are actually just tanks in here, but I know some of the DPSers hang out. How many times have you seen a Guardian Druid die this season? In season 1? How often do you see your tank die? It's not uncommon. Yeah, I know it's simple, but my question is, how many times do Guardian Druids die in Midnight Season 1? Answer that first. A lot. Like a lot. It boggles my mind because I am very comfortable with Guardian Druid, so that when I play it, it's like, this is super tanky. Very easy. But when I watch other people play it, it confuses me because I played my Mistweaver to 2021 range. I played my Ret Pally to the same level. A little lower than that. I didn't actually finish it. But when I'm healing, it's crazy how many bears just walk in and die. And I'm like, bark skin? Question mark? Yeah, like that's the easiest identifying factor is bark skin? You just walk into a pull with nothing? You got to have a defensive up. The idea that Guardian Druid is actually 1-2-1-2 gets a lot of Guardian Druids killed because they don't know how to cycle, given that they're spoiled about the fact that their tank is so powerful. But you still have to tank. I would not describe Midnight Season 1 as easy. Oh, okay. I would not describe Midnight Season 1 as easy. I think that this Guardian Druid rotation and the way that Guardian plays is, give or take, the easiest version of a tank we might have ever had. And that concerns the hell out of me. And it should concern you too. Don't you see the problem with this? You get what I'm saying? All right, let me put it this way. I think we can agree that Guardian Druid is easy in Midnight Season 1, and yet so many Guardian Druids absolutely floor POV in keys. If this is the easiest iteration we've ever had, and many people are dying on it, imagine what happens in Season 2 if they make it more complicated. That's what concerns me, because I don't think that tanks should be inherently hard to play. I actually feel as though tanks should be a little bit friendlier, and the curve to get into it needs to be easier. And then if you want to master it, you can master it. That can require work. But I think that this part needs to be, you need to on-ramp people into tanking. The community is super toxic. You get yelled at. You get blamed for everything. It's tough to be a tank in World of Warcraft. Absolutely. Yes. Now, Stroudy, tonight on YouTube, there will be a video. A little video. Little video. It's a good one. But allow me to do an exercise that will look super weird when you watch me do it. I could even wear a Pikachu hat to make it weirder if we want. This is going to be very strange to look at, but we're continuing on because I will get my shoulder workout in. No mittens. I can't use mittens because I'm going to pick up a barbell. I can wear this. Oh my God. I actually took that pretty close to failure. That was near failure what I just did before. So this is going to be light. Nonetheless, we'll do it. Honestly, when I'm in public, this is a true story. When I'm in public and I am forced to socialize, so this means that I'm outside, right? If I went to a party, I would be sitting in the corner on my phone playing Hearthstone, and all of a sudden somebody mentions Guardian Druid, and I go, what? Clip that. All right, you ready for this? Here we go. Calm down. This exercise is from Olympic lifting. Yeah, he's just chilling. It's called a SOTS press. I don't like this one either. Okay, so I'm gonna need to move that chair. I need to just move the chair. Stay. No, chair. Hold on. Let's catch it on the chair. All right, there you go. Okay. Woo. Nice. Good set. Not failure. We'll just do one or two of those. Okay. That was good. That was good. Oh, yeah. Ooh. A both. You asked me a good question. Are you still here? I forgot to answer it earlier. No joke, it's actually a good stream idea. Let's do that soon. Let's do a best beginner tank. I have a weird take on this. I think that this will be a hot take with the tank community. Yeah. Honestly, Hurlglar, I don't like that this is true, but I agree with you. If you want to be a tank in World of Warcraft, you need thick skin. It's a part of the role. Yeah. I don't like that that's true, but I absolutely think that to be a successful tank, you need to keep tanking, and to keep tanking, you need thick skin. Oh, I think that's true. Tanks get blamed for everything, man. Like, tanks just get blamed for everything. They absolutely do. Tanks and healers, too. Let me sit down. Not this chair. This way. I hate this workout, by the way. I'm doing it, though. Oh, enjoy it, Obly. It's super powerful right now. Unless you're doing like an 18 or 19, you won't die. My only questions about blood right now is how to maximize damage. Like, I'm not sure in certain scenarios or target counts if I'm supposed to be Heart Strike, Death Strike, etc. Like, I don't know what the target counts are for things right now. But I mean, that tank is tuned incredibly high. That's it. It just feels powerful. Even if you mess up, you'll still do better than others. I love it when I'm healing and someone gets one shot and blames you. Yeah, it's the famous thing, right? That's the famous healer experience. That's actually what it is. If you're a healer in World of Warcraft, you know this all too well. A DPS will stand in a puddle, they'll die to the mechanic, and then they'll type in chat, healer, question mark? Every time. Every healer knows that. Every healer knows that. And you can clip that too, because that's not even a take. That's not even a cook. If you clip that and I were to post that as a YouTube short, everybody agrees. Oh. I should do one more of the sauce press. If I do one more of the sauce press, I'm actually done. So before I eat all this ice cream, one more sauce press, and then we'll go play some WoW. We can do like another key or two. Wait, Obly, what are you doing? What key level are you doing, Mr. Obly, on your blood DK? $15? Yeah, I'll heal. Sure. Yeah, sure. Need some footage of blood for method. Oh, no. So, you're telling me I should bring a good healer. Yeah, 15. Oh, I thought you were doing like higher keys. 15? Easy. What do you want me to heal on? I think my only healers that are set up right now are Resto Shaman and Mistweaver. I think even after the nerfs, Mistweaver would probably feel all right in keys for 15. But I also have been meaning to actually test Prez. I mean, no joke, I just haven't played it in a long time, and you can see the character's not set up, so I don't know how quickly you want to go. I kind of have been meaning to test Prez Evoker. Oh, is this the stream? Is this the Prez Evoker gameplay? I am not familiar with the current meta build, though. No, I haven't played a lot of healer. I haven't played a lot of PTR this cycle. Normally, I'm on every day. Significantly less. All right, my Prez is actually just a Wu-Tang. First heal has to be the footage. We'll see how long I play. I have a video I want to make tonight, Obly, that will be one of the best videos I've ever made. But I need to do it while the sun is up. It's Prop Paladin is good right now, Chief. It's in a really good spot. I think that it's slightly overhyped. If Blood DK gets nerfed, I think it's definitely one of the best tanks. Much better than Season 1, yeah? It's not going to be as down bad as Season 1. In terms of exactly where it lands, we'll see. Should and is are different. Heroglar, if I may make a take on this, I hope, you can tell me what you think. Kafaze, you've been here for a little bit now. I hope that my community knows my stream is a place that everybody knows that. This space, when we talk about the game, is a place that understands the difference between should, is, want, have to, and the fact that sometimes people can just be cruel and toxic. Not here. You know, I want to cultivate that in right, because you're absolutely right. And it's something that matters to me enough to actually talk about frequently. I hate the fact that we have to contend with that. Let's practice, basically. I'm about to set up a healer. I haven't played Prez in a long time, especially this version of it, because I think we're Flame Shaper now. So here's my question. We have to practice. This key, when my Blood DK dies, because Obly's tanking, when he dies, we all have to just start macroing and get ready to Giga Flame him, okay? Just, we got to macro. We got to get ready. It won't be my fault. It'll be his. Oh, look, I got Mythic Amir Drasil, the Dream's Hope. Voila. Believe it or not, this is some fun fact. Do you know I actually played Og in that tier? That's how I have my Mythic Frock mount. I played Og. I spilled ice cream. Lesser known fact is right before I started streaming, I actually made Og. All right. So I need to actually set up this character. You know that, right? I don't think this character is brand new to PTR. So I'm going to need gear. I'm going to need, does anybody have a talent build for Prez? There's no way. There's no Prez evokers that would be in here. They don't exist. I'm almost positive that people are playing Flame Shaper. Dude, it's been a while. All right. Let me do one more. I did say I would do one more set before I eat the second ice cream. Let me get that done. It'll take just a second. This one's not nearly as bad as the others. First exercise was the hard one. This one's easy. I can look up a log about what, like, Miana was playing or whatever. Here we go. Heroglar. I'm so excited. Watch the video that I have coming out tonight, which I'm totally going to make in 45 minutes. Probably. Watch the video. I'm excited. It's about that. It's about that. All right. Not the best. Okay, not the best. Not the best. Woo, I did not take that seriously. Hello there, Mr. Poons. Oof. All right, I'm gonna look up logs, and I'm gonna set up this character, and I'm gonna eat an ice cream, so I'll only need like 5-10 minutes. 5 minutes maybe. We're gonna actually use logs for this. So I'm gonna go to Dungeons on PTR, and I'm gonna look at Prez Evoker and just see what they're playing. There's only a few that I trust, but I know who they are. Do you guys know how to look at logs? Yep, fair enough. Wait. Oh. For a second, I thought you meant your actual dog, Obly. But I see what's happened here. I understand. All classes. Evoker. Preservation. I'm pretty sure that every 19 will be timed by Miano. Almost positively. There won't be a lot of pres logs, but I know that some have existed. But it looks like the talent build is pretty straightforward. Everybody's agreeing on what talent build we're playing. There's one Chrono Warden log from an 18th. I'm much more comfortable with Chrono. But otherwise, no, every single log is like this. Okay. If there's this much consistency with talent build, I'm going to just yoink it. Almost positive this one will be... Yeah, Miano's the only one who's playing this. Okay. Let's see. Import build. Whew. Good exercise. Export. Import. It won't take me that long. I'm pretty good at setting up PTR characters. All right. How bad would it be if I dropped E-loop because I don't think I'm going to be pressing that much? I have not been following the changes to Prez. I'm changing stream title for a second. Oh, this would be so good if I had actually set up my UI earlier. Preservation Evoker? Returning. What's up, Deadpool X Weapon? Is that a reference to the actual... What is it? The 2014 Wolverine origin film? When that movie came out, I loved that. That was a good movie. I don't know if it would hold up today, but back then, that was a good movie. Yeah, it is it's a solid movie. I'm so glad that they let Ryan Reynolds actually play Deadpool later on, but that was a solid iteration. Not of Deadpool, but the movie itself was good. Returning. It's going to be interesting. For this I don't think I'm going to gear my Evoker, so keep in mind that PTR is the only time I'm going to get to play Prez. All right. Might drop E-loop, though. We'll see. What class do you play in World of Warcraft, Mr. Deadpool Weapon? I'm going to finish this ice cream. And then I need to set up my keybinds. Pirate It Online. I also started thinking how bad it was in the theaters, too. Could you actually see... I mean, back... Like, today, there's a lot of movies that don't hold up to the test of time. There are also movies that do. You know what I rewatched recently? The Last Samurai. That's a good movie. That movie gets unnecessary hate for no reason. It's a good movie. Extremely good movie, actually. Have you ever rewatched The Last Samurai? Have you ever seen that movie? Not the Keanu one. No. The Tom Cruise one. I dare say one of the better films that has been made. Not because it's historically accurate, but because it's a good movie. Oh, that's funny, actually, Deadpool. I didn't know that has happened. I was too scared as a kid. I'm old enough to remember that when you used to watch things, everything would start with a, you wouldn't steal a car. You wouldn't steal a baby. So why would you pirate this DVD? Ah, classic. I love it so much. Believe it or not, and I know a lot of people would disagree with this, but I think of myself very much like Deadpool. 60 plus miles away. What? I don't think I watched Shogun. I watched recently, like a few months ago, The Last Samurai Standing. I enjoyed that. That was good. But The Last Samurai actually was like a film with deep meaning. I like that movie. All right, so we're looking at Miyano's log, and we're just taking a look here. Bro, I still have Zorthus' house pulled up. It's insane that this is a real thing. Thoughts on the strongest tanks? I mean, there is a strongest tank right now, by far. We know what it is. It's not subtle. However, no, that's crazy. It's that far. That being said, I would expect a little bit more tank balancing, and I don't think it's as far ahead as the current meta right now. Currently, the answer is Blood Decay, but I don't know if it stays Blood Decay. So I wouldn't go re-rolling just because, like, a lot of people are still of the opinion right now. It's like, oh, wait, should I re-roll Blood Decay? It's like, no. No, that's too soon to say. Too soon to say. It's not a re-roll Blood Decay yet. I actually have no idea what folio I'm supposed to be playing, to be honest. I actually have no idea. Let me just quickly see a few things here. Are we pressing Blossom now with Seedlings? No. Not really. Who is closest to Blood Decay? I actually think that the tank balance is not bad right now. I think that Guardian is good. Guardian, especially after the 8% buff, it might be too good. I think that Guardian might be commandingly good. Not meta good, but it's solid. It's really solid right now. Let's start GFO. I think it's basically like if I were to rank the tanks, there would be an S plus tier, an S tier, and then an A tier. There's only 2 tanks in the A tier, and there are like 4. There are like 3 tanks in the S tier and 1 in the S plus. No, Bear's fine, but I have a feeling they're gonna change it. Unfortunately, they shouldn't, but we'll see. I think Strahina. To be fair, I think that Blood Decay does deserve a season. I'd be okay with that. But also, you're mentioning a click on wings. Click on a few things. You're mentioning a Fizz comp with Bear. You know who I got to talk to a few days ago? It will be the next podcast episode. Banchers from Physical God Comp. I got the inside scoop. It was the last one was Shadowlands, yeah. I think that Blood Decay deserves it. I wouldn't be upset to see that Blood Decay does well. I think that would be reasonable. I also think if Blood Decay is meta, there's a video I want to make about the fact that it's not as complicated as many people think that it is. Yo, Chief Owen subscribed with Prime. Thank you. I love that it's such a standalone class for soul stuff. You do like the little stuff. I think Guardian will be all right. Blood Decay, the most meta tank? No, VDH is the most meta tank. They literally have it, Mua. On PTR, though, yeah. Across all seasons? No. What would be... I think... Prop Pally, VDH, or Warrior probably holds that. One of those 3 has the most meta time, I think. I'd be surprised if it wasn't. First 2 trinkets are the ones that people are oh my god, my game. Did you see that? Did I see that? Did you see that? Bro, why is my computer doing that? That's scary as shit. Did you see that? Did that come up on stream? Did that happen for you too? God damn, that was scary as hell. Sometimes my PTR client just craps itself. And I worry that my whole computer is about to shut down. Okay, so this is passive. This is on use. Big healing absorb. And then you just need to grab your weapon. There's no fire. You guys did see that. I don't like the new dungeons. Strahina, no one likes the new dungeons. I still have a conspiracy theory that maybe, just maybe, they're putting the new dungeons in knowing that Classic Plus is going to come out midway through Season 2, and then everybody's going to swap to Classic Plus, and so there's literally no point in them making a good dungeon pool. Because they know everybody's going to swap off. What is Classic Plus? Something the community has given themselves false hope about. I think that's an actual conspiracy theory, and I don't think that's true. But it would be crazy if it was. Yeah, like if BlizzCon actually does announce this, and I won't be able to go to BlizzCon. I was really excited, but I won't be able to go. Something came up, and no BlizzCon for me, unfortunately. Yeah, I was going to go to BlizzCon, but I can't go this season. Next time. I was excited, but another day. All right, so we've gotten offhand now. There's the Prez gear set up. I wonder. And we'll buy some stuff. World Soul Hunt. You know I can only do like one key at this point. I told myself I would make a video, and the video tonight's important, but I have to do while the sun is still up. Because I don't know how to do lighting. I have 0 lighting set up at home, so I need the natural light, literally. Yeah, 1 key. I'm actually excited to play Prez, though. I used to main this a long time ago. You could buy a sun lamp. I should buy a lot of things. For how much I like streaming, and for how long I've been doing this, I am surprisingly bad at it. Also, Chief Owens, thanks for hanging out, even though I was doing some workout and some weird stuff. I would say that my personality is what carries it. Technicality, I am so bad at all of this streaming stuff, it's actually unreal. Aubley's going to figure that out whenever we do a podcast episode with him, because I'm going to call him on Discord, and I'm going to be like, cool, 1 second, and then I'm going to hit start record, and then that's it. And he's going to try not to say anything too racist. It's your stream? No, I know. I mean, I agree with that. Like, I'll do me, Chief, 1000%. I am chronically myself, even in situations that I shouldn't be. When can we start? As soon as the dungeon starts. Basically, first pull. Like, if the first pull is too small, we flame him. If it's too big, we definitely flame him because he'll wipe the group. If it's just right, then he could have done more damage, and I don't know why his DPS is so low, considering he's playing the meta tank. And literally also any other... Bro, my game is... What is that arrow? I'm uncovering some deep lore. Where are we? All right. That's pretty much a setup for the character, though. I've actually done... my character's now set up. List the key. All right. So now we got to go to click castings. Your client's still frozen for us? Oh, shit. Really? Oh, yeah. It didn't even survive that. All right. I mean, I'm in the game. Here, I have to reset it. It actually does this. That's super weird that happens. All right. I love this torrent NPC. 1 second. Okay. Quick little reset of the client. Oh, I have to actually log out. It like completely bricked itself. 1 second. Uno momento, por favor. I can't turn on my screen capture because then you'll just see yourself and you could say hi to your mom. You know this is how I play, right? Aubrey, you've seen this, right? If I turn on screen capture and I go in, look. So this is how I play all the time. I go here, and then I know the route. Okay. Is murder row hard to heal? But this is how I play all the time. So when I need to do things in game, I just have to move chat. I just have to move you guys. Do. Left. Add binding. Echo is right. Add binding. Alt left. Add binding. Control left. Same mouse bindings as I used many years ago. And then cauterizing. Alt right. Let's do alt right. And then, are we blossoming at all? I need to check this. I feel like there was something about blossoms now. But let's do shift right, and then actually shift right should be verdant probably. And then use blossoms now. Yeah, I know that I've been kind of keeping up, but not really. Shift left, add binding. Blossoms will be what? There's a lot of buttons then. Probably control right here then. I hate using all these modifiers. Then what am I even going to do with rescue? I need control. Wait, these are all my bindings. You literally don't. What do I have more than this? Control alt left click? I'm not going to use a control alt left click. All right, so basically nobody gets rescued. I mean, I'm setting up a PTR character. I should be using Ellesmere UI to be fair. I should definitely be using Ellesmere UI, but oh well. And then, yeah, we can do Murder Row. DK is always meta. He's calling me meta guy for some reason. To be fair, many people, Strahina, told me that I was meta this season for playing Guardian Druid, which I thought was pretty funny. I actually thought that was kind of funny. That many people were like, oh, woo, you're just a Fodom reroller. Sit down. And I was like, me? My favorite healer is Preservation Evoker, and I've been playing Guardian for many seasons. Me? I'm a Fodom reroller? You sit down. All right. Basically, I need to adjust these icons. Yeah, Q. Go for it. I'm basically done. And then we need to go icon, buff size, big defensive size, and then we need... Where's like spell icon? Is this the buff size here? Like that? Okay. Yeah, that's better. And then here, I also, it just works out of the box. I got to set it up later. So as Preservation Evoker, this is pretty much what my frames look like all the time. It won't be an HPAL Guardian Druid season. Oh, for you, that's fine. But like for the meta, Guardian Druid, I hope that Guardian Druid is solidly A tier. I want it to be very strong, like good, but not meta because they'll nerf it. If it's quote unquote meta, then we gonna get nerfed. 100%. They won't let it be meta, so I kind of hope it's just good. Is it hard to? I think Druid is the easiest tank to pick up. Reroll sometimes. Chance. Yeah, they won't let it be meta 2 seasons in a row. So the best thing you can hope for as a Guardian is that we're going to be good, not great. Okay, pretty much I'm set now. The question is, control right click for Blossom is super weird. So I'm probably going to put Blossom on my bars. So we're playing Seedlings and everything. Do you actually Blossom? Really? Did they finally get us to press this button in keys? Interesting. I could buy some flask and stuff. Wow. Dude, it's been a long time since I've I'm going to embarrass myself. I don't know. I've never healed Murder Row also. I vaguely know the damage pattern. I don't think this key is easy to heal. I think that right now the balance is pretty decent where you might be able to play several things depending on the comp. Like I think that you might even want to prop Warrior with a comp that really wants Warrior buff. I could totally see prop Warrior being valued. I could see Brewmaster being valued if you specifically want Mystic Touch. But Brewmaster will very much be relegated to you have to want Mystic Touch. If you don't want the Brewmaster buff, it probably won't be good, unfortunately. Warrior did get a few buffs. Can drop Hardy when we're full? Sweet. I think that I'm decent at Prez still, but this version of it is definitely not what I'm used to. So you have to consume Verdant for every burst. Okay? And where is my Verdant being tracked? Nowhere. That's a problem. Okay. I don't even have enough keybinds. Why are you taking shots at your main? I always do that. I need to track Verdant somewhere. Wait, don't I have 2 charges? Oh, we're playing Simulacrum. All right, so we only have 1 charge of Verdant. We'll track it here. And then this should be R. We don't need to track the Dispel. And realistically, I don't need Disintegrate on my bars because I'll just drop E-Loop, I think. Just for testing reasons. I'll need to drink, maybe. I don't know if we go as Flame Shaper. We probably do, actually. Wouldn't be surprising, but let's just play something else. Oh, wait. All right. Wait. They baked in Resonating to this, so we're playing Nosdormu now. Wait, if we're playing Nosdormu... Interesting. But they baked in the Resonating to Temporal. But you're not playing... What is this cooked build that Miano came up with? I'm just realizing how awkward this is. So you're going to want to take Nosdormu now. You don't need the barrier. That's fine. That's just how Prez always plays. Interesting. Okay, hold on. This point, do you not want Time Lord? I guess your burst is going to be consumed, which doesn't echo the same way as far as I remember. It's been a long time. I do not consider myself to be aware of how Prez is supposed to be playing right now. I don't feel like E-Loop is very needed. We could just play Time of Need or Temporal, I suppose. Either one works. Temporal is fine. Okay. This should be very interesting. I am excited to fail at this. I don't think this is going to... I hope that this goes well. I have faith that this will go well. But sometimes faith is misplaced. I believe the conversation for meta going into Season 2 will very much be about group buffs, comp, and making sure that you have enough of what you need for the dungeon. Pretty sure. So some of these dungeons require certain dispels. If you're playing with a comp that doesn't have a poison dispel, you might be in trouble. So you're going to have to figure that out. But there are many ways to bring it, and in terms of what will be the best way to bring it, I'm not sure. Does that make sense? That's actually what I think is going to happen. All right, I don't need to root anything, so let's just go innate, because I'm not playing this, and let's do it. Ooh, a rogue. Okay, and we'll put Tail Swipe up here. Good, solid, pretty happy with this setup. Let's do it. Murder Row. Oblie's got the key. What is my stats at right now? I've enchanted my gear. Oh, no, I haven't. Chest enchants. I got my leg enchant. All right, I'm good. I'm ready. I'm sold. Let's go. It's time. Altar Murder Row. First Preservation Evoker key in many years. Many years, in fact. Oh, yeah, Jacob, sorry, I forgot. I was supposed to just reload things. No, I wasn't really intending to. It just sort of happened like this. Let me redo it. I was giving it a second. I forgot my... Thank you for reminding me. It's because my actual game went kerplut in the city. Let's see if this works now. I have to completely remove the source and re-add it. Game capture. PTR. Capture specific window. Capture World of Warcraft. Bring PTR below camera on OBS sources. I got this. Boom. Oh, it's not even tracking. Did this work now? Can you see game? Can you not see game? Oh, boy. You can see game. Play mommy for you later. All right, we'll do. No. All right. So I could either restart game as option, or I just leave the chats on, I suppose. Here, I'll get rid of this. We'll probably just play like this. It's fine. Probably can't be a problem. 6. Yes, correct. It's super important that people understand that the meta conversation is today, not actually what will happen later. Meta is not decided yet. All right, this is what we're doing. This is just how it's going to look, I guess. Okay, I'm ready. I'm ready. Put me in, coach. Put me in, coach. I'm ready. So it's gonna be a lot of Dream Breath, a lot of Blossoms. But I'm pretty sure you don't want to consume. Do you even keep? You want to keep Reversions. It's just gonna be. Do I even manually echo people actually? Huh. Nah, this will be fun. Let's do it. I have no idea what I'm doing. Let's go. Let's go. I'm super excited. I'm ready. I'm super ready for this. And by super ready for this, I mean don't judge me. Okay? Let's do it. Oh, combat potion on my bar. All right, I got this. Yeah, everything can shift immediately. All I can tell you is this. Blizzard wants there to be a meta to some degree. And whatever, they'll let us know. It's not unobvious. Like, it's relatively clear what it's going to end up being. Oh, I forgot I had tip up. Holy, I'm bad. This is going to be hilarious. I haven't played Prez in so long. I did everything wrong. I did bad. I've done poorly. But I think that Prez is actually doing kind of well right now. I messed up my rotation a lot. But actually everything's going really well. So that's weird. Okay. It doesn't seem that bad. Well, it doesn't seem that bad at all. Huh. I swear, every time that people test Preservation of Ogre, they test it in such weird ways because this healer is kind of like not well understood. And I'm being hard on myself. This is also a 15. It's not exactly the hardest key level. But this was always a healer that I feel super comfy on, and I don't really know why. So there, I'm playing Flame Shaper. I don't think my tank needs external. He'll be fine. And if you TD a Blood DK, you can actually kill them. So you want to be careful about that. That's a TD. But the question is, I'm definitely over Fire Breathing. There's a lot more to manage if I'm Flame Shaper, technically, because that was wrong. You go here, Trinkets. Oh, it's a channel. The Trinket is a channel. All right, I messed up. Dispel that. Golden Hour this. I feel like this is doing pretty good. I mean, I'm not doing bad. That's going to consume him up. And then you just Apex this. I actually love Prez. Like, Prez, a lot of people don't remember that this healer, this used to be my main, although I did not play this version of it. And my UI is pretty bricked. Like, I can't even tell if this mob has... Like, I can't see my flame duration. And I'm playing Flame Shaper, and I keep playing it as if it was Chrono. I used to actually be, like, ranked on Prez. Like, this is the thing I spent a lot of time on. I just logged in every single day and only ever played Preservation. It's just that people... It's been a long time, so people forget. I like Chrono more than I like Flame Shaper, but it's also just something I have to get used to. That's it. That's all it is. I mean, specs change over time, but a massive advantage. Like, people don't realize how much of an advantage it is to actually just have history on something. You know what I mean by that? You ever notice that? Like, people are so weirdly off with this, where they don't realize that just having a little bit of history with a spec allows you to learn it in a much easier fashion. I don't know. People just don't seem to be taking a lot of damage right now. That was a weird ping issue with the double Dream Breath. I think that Prez is not bad, but it suffers. I mean, I don't know if Prez will ever be meta just because of some fundamental issues that it has. I don't know if I would consider it to go. I don't know if I would go that far with it. I mean, my damage is solid, but no group buff is wildly tough. No group buff is really bad. Also, Obli, do less damage because I'm starting to feel worse about Bear. Watching you play Blood DK right now is making me feel bad. You gotta do less damage. And we have to find a reason to flame you. I'm not in the pack. Mage is dead. I kind of forgot that there was more. The actual HPS checks start later, though, so we'll see. Sorry, I wasn't in this pack. Prez and Blood DK are notoriously the two specs that really need them to look at group buffs. Both of these specs. Like, it's past time now for them to actually just address the elephant in the room, which is the fact that they either need to get rid of group buffs or they need to... I guess they could give scrolls and give everybody a group buff, but that seems highly unnecessary. Just get rid of them. I think that's the way. All right, let me actually make some more meters here. Create new window. HPS. I know what HPS numbers people are doing otherwise. Well, let me click this dude. It's combat bug. All right, let's see what I actually have to do HPS, because I'm not doing any HPS right now. Why are people hating so much? Good question. Let me try. Got it? There you go. I actually don't know why Blood DK gets a lot of hate. I don't think that a lot of the community hates Blood DK. I think Guardian Druid is the most hated tank. Like, I think that by far, Guardian Druid is notoriously the most hated tank. I'm not really sure. I have some theories as to why that is. Okay, so this boss has Tank Buster plus AoE plus what? Do I save for the damage amp? Do I go here? They hate us because they ain't us. There's a Dispel here. Do I even bother to manual ramp? I'm, like, confused about this. Oh, he dead. Did I miss something, or did he get hit by something? He got hit by something. Okay. But to maintain basic HPS, you just want to go into damage amp with one stack? I feel like, do you just... Okay. Is there... Okay, so I'll just stasis this. That should take care of that. Otherwise, you just consume Trinket if need be. One more Fire Breath into the damage amp. Golden Hour that. And then you're good. Doesn't seem that bad. I did kind of a actual HPS there. Huh. I'm at 100k DPS. Okay, so this is a Dispel. Then you just keep this up as Flame Shaper. Oh, I don't have a blink. I was like, whoa, what just happened? And I realized I don't have a blink. That's funny. So you can just channel the Trinket during this or something like this. Keep this up. Probably don't need to Dispel the tank. I don't know if there are 2 Dispels on this fight. Yeah, I know. My UI is also frustrating me, don't worry. But I'm kind of a minimalist at heart, and I believe that if you understand the game, you don't really need... the UI is a crutch. And it's a crutch that everybody should be using. Like, a lot. For sure. Please, actually, everybody should get a better UI. But also, it's a crutch. This feels very powerful, but I also just think we're at a key level where no one's taking actual damage. Because I didn't ramp that whatsoever. I didn't have to heal that. Like, I could have done 100k more HPS easily. Like, I didn't even bother to... I think I VE'd once or twice in that fight. I think that 15 is maybe just not high enough to actually test things on. I know because something bricked earlier, TH, and I couldn't fix it. So we're just here. You guys are just here now. My game does this. Yep, we go next to boss. All right, so look around the room first. Figure out what the people want. Do the RP for 60 seconds, and then good Mythic Plus dungeon. I see that somebody wants cheese, so I'm going to go get some cheese. Bro, actually, I want cheese. To be honest with you, I've been craving some cheese recently. Wait, he already got his cheese. Who else wants cheese? God damn it. All right, steak. Somebody wants steak. Wait. Who wants steak? I already picked up steak. All right, I got one. Okay, cheese. No. I'm not throwing. Is there a meaning behind a woo? There is, actually. You want to hear the full story about why my character is named this and why I actually go by a woo? It's a random story, because I didn't always. For most of my time playing WoW, I used my LARPing name. I used a completely different name. But we received a 5-star review. Nice. Basically, the reason that I am actually named a woo is because I was married at one point, Wyro. And when I was married... Oh. Tip. Big damn, hold up. I got a pad on the little ones. They're going to die, like, super fast. I have to pad. If you're playing Prez, imagine, like, not padding on this. I'm not dead. We're good. Nice. Okay, I padded a little bit. I didn't get to do, like, a ton of pad, though. Let's just external the mage here. It's so funny how much more I lock in on Preservation Evoker than I do on my tanks. It's weirdly, like, when I'm playing this spec, because I haven't played it in so long, I want to make sure that I kind of represent it, because clicks on the few things, I actually love Prez. Oh, okay, I'm going to probably heal that dot. It's okay. I got this. Like, I really want to make sure I do a good job when I play Preservation. Like, I don't want to throw... But there's actually kind of a bit more to manage as Flame Shaper compared to Chrono, because I have to figure out these ramps. Like, that one I managed to save now, but I'm not going to be able to do that again. So here, the right thing would be to re-up. Then you would go... And you can save this. So I'm going to get this barrel here. I'm going to get this one behind me, basically. Oh, so he got hit by mine, but then how am I supposed to... I can Dream Simulacrum him, external him, and then I'm going to watch him after this. I rewind this one, and then I just Golden Hour him back up, and we're all good. But then, see, I actually dropped Dream Breath, which for Flame Shaper isn't good, and I probably should have just ramped into a VE more than anything else. Ah, he died, but that wasn't my fault. So I have Stasis up now, and I can put either Dream Breath or Apex into Stasis, but I don't think either of those are probably the right option. And there's no blink, so I have to be careful of that. Yeah, I'm not really representing right now. I don't think I'm actually doing, like, a terrible job, but if you play Preservation Evoker, you're watching this and you're in a little bit of despair. Because I could be doing so much more. But it's interesting that this is actually working pretty well. I don't feel like I'm behind on healing. Do the barrels shift when the phase happens? No, so you can kind of pre-position for it. Oh, boss is dead. Nice. Okay, I managed to save that. Not bad. Not bad. This way. I went the wrong way. The reason is because when I came back to World of Warcraft, I had already been living in Thailand for like 4 or 5 years. And at that point, I hadn't played WoW in a long time. But my wife at the time, she was like, "What's WoW?" And I was like, "I don't know. There's like this rating stuff and whatever. It's like a cool game." She was like, "Sweet. Can I name your first character?" And I was like, "Yeah." And she goes, "Okay." So she wanted to name me something that people would feel embarrassed to say in a raid environment. So she chose Owuiwa, and that was my druid. I had a character boost when I came back to World of Warcraft back in Shadowlands, and I used my character boost on my druid, and then my druid's name was Owuiwa. But nobody actually wanted to pronounce the full name, so people shortened it to Awu. Actually, my first raid lead back in the day when I was raiding more, he was very southern. So he couldn't pronounce Awu, he pronounced it as Awu. And then the rest is history. That's all that is. That's the story. That's why I am named this now. This feels pretty strong. You can stasis this. You can channel the trinket here. I personally don't like it when there are healer trinkets that are this powerful. I hope they nerf this. But then again, they didn't nerf Lumithar's, and that was a mistake. Like, they should have nerfed Lumathar, to be fair. I'm surprised that they did not. It was clear from the beta testing, like from before, from PTR testing, that Lumathar going into Season 3 was going to be too strong. And they never nerfed it. So they might just leave this trinket. I don't know, healing on Prez is kind of chill. As long as I do even the basics right click on a few things, I'm carrying this not so bad. This pull, I know that the Warlock is hard, I just don't know why. Just Golden Hour the Blood DK back, he's fine, good gather. Okay. Does the Warlock drain everybody, or is it one target specific? I just know that a lot of people have died here. I'm also not using Nosdormus correctly because I'm not used to playing with it, given that I'm not Kig. If I was Kig-a-Lion, then I'd be fine. That's targeted. And it's pretty easy for me to heal back with the Golden Hour. I don't know, that felt pretty chill. Doom is a group soak if you do not have Dispel. Got it. I don't know. That wasn't hard. Should I play Prez? Is that the play next season? Now, the problem with Prez for me is I have such a hard time actually playing this spec well. Like, playing it at the level I'd want to play it at. But also, hanging out with people and streaming is very hard. You can already see how split my focus is compared to me tanking. Tanking is so second nature to me that I don't really have to think about it at all. But healing is not. Like, I would not describe myself as a very good healer. I think that healing takes work, and it requires me to focus more. Like, I have to put more effort into healing for sure. Especially on a class like Preservation. It's a very different form of gameplay. So I'm playing this like Chrono, by the way, and like the way I loaded my stasis was probably... I think that I should have loaded stasis differently there. Like, I don't think that's the way you're supposed to do it as Flame Shaper. I'm not making use of my VE nearly enough for actual consume healing. Granted, the dungeon is not requiring me to do that, but I'm playing this build as if it was Chrono, and I'm losing a lot of value for that. Caught that one. I can see drain life here. You just consume that back up. I think I caught myself beforehand. Does he have? Okay, group soak. I'm overlapping Flame Breath a little bit too much. This one's on me. No problem. Prez healing versus other healers. Oh, yeah. I mean, that's the problem with Prez, right? Is just you work very hard to do the same thing that another healer could do in 2 buttons. And that's the conversation to have about it. Like, I'm spec'd into Blossom, and I haven't actually hit Blossom. This key is not challenging me with HPS. I know that people are doing the right strategy here. You, like, hug this tree or whatever, right? Yeah. Hopefully that's not too hard to do in Pugs. Okay, this boss is where I've seen a lot of people die. Most of the time that I've done Murder Row, this is where people end up dying. So let's see how this works. I will just play this well. And then he's going to do his axe thingy. Yeah. Okay, that was super easy. But I think I should be testing in more than 15, because this is a weird testing environment. That hurts, right? How much does that hurt? Is it a dot? Okay. I didn't plan for the dot. Oh my god, we're dead. What's the fact is active? So was that just actually a defensive and I needed to understand that that was going to happen and press rewind or just plan a little bit better? Okay, I'm taking the res. I'm taking the res. Oh, I blame ping. I blame ping. Was that actually just part of the mechanic that you have to defensive that? I don't know if that was a failed mechanic or if... Yeah, this is where we flame Obly. I believe... Yeah, if Obly didn't res me in the puddle, that's right. There you go. I'm not the tank right now. I don't have to take responsibility for this. I don't have to take responsibility for this. Probably, by the way. TH. Almost certainly. Okay, so defensive on his big AoE hit. Got it. I, as a tank, have done this fight many times, but haven't had to do that. Let's see what Obly's single target is. Yeah, you just defensive. That's no problem. I also had Zephyr and Scales and Trinket. I didn't use anything. I had no idea it was coming. I had zero clue that that was going to happen. And that is why it is important to test from different roles. Because as a tank player... That is not a mechanic. I thought the actual healing mechanic here was the axe. Excuse me, ping. I remember this feeling. This is what always got me on Pres before. So here we can just consume if we need to, and /or we ramp for the next one. Okay. So this, so you would channel the Trinket probably, and then go here, and then just Zephyr it, and it's no problem. Yeah, now we overcommitted defensives, of course, and it was super easy. And then you would just watch for the next axe. And then the tank takes a bunch of hits here, so I can golden hour him if I need to. You can't resub until I lose your streak. That's like, I have stories about that, Harith, another day. Okay, so I have the stasis prepped. The question is, do I actually put... What am I supposed to be putting in stasis now? I have a Dream Breath in here. Do I put a TA? Do I consume the stasis just because I'm playing 2 charges of things and I seem to have a lot of additional... Like, I don't know what to do with this second V... Not even maintaining uptime on things. So here there's no damage until right now. Then you would press the defensive. I've got the stasis and the rewild. Mage is dead. He alter timed back into that. That was funny. And then fire breath. And then you just keep up odds. Okay. I can understand where if you're playing this iteration of Prez Evoker, this feels even more skill capped than previous iterations of it, which is kind of insane because previous iterations of it already had this healer is not easy to play. But this version is actually more nuanced. Like at the highest levels when it will matter, I feel like this will be actually very difficult to get right. And you go here. Bam, back into the free space. Watch my tank. Easy enough. Huh. I do like this healer, though. It is fun. It's fun to play for like a week. I just don't want to play for a whole season. That's my feeling with Prez. Unfortunately, I really believe that. That's exactly how I feel about this healer. Is that it's one of those, this is very fun to play for like a week. And I'm at 400 ping for whatever reason, so I'm struggling a bit. 400 ping. I mean, I think about how my Mistweaver would heal all of that, and I'm just like, oh, okay. I don't have to think about anything. You actually just press a DPS rotation, and you heal. Unless Mistweaver is tuned very poorly, where every single thing you have to ramp, etc., etc. Okay, Oblie's going to show us the Giga route. We're going to go left here. Okay. So you skip that golem. That makes sense. Because that golem sucks. And then... and then you use life givers to probably heal this up. Because that deep breath will probably full heal people now. And then any consume there would work. Then you would have stasis. Okay. Getting comfier. This would be fun, actually. I think I'll play this a little bit more in PTR, though. I thought they changed one thing about King's Rest, but to be honest with you, I legit have not played it since the initial testing. If there was one dungeon I'm trying to avoid actively, it is King's Rest. I hate that dungeon. Like, it's not fun. Every part of it is pretty much anti-fun. Ollie said, wait under bridge. But I am not a troll. So where's he going? Oh, I see. So he's going to take a bunch of these casters and somehow live. Ollie, come back here. Oh, he dead. I can rescue you next time. Wait. I got my mass res. I got it. Nice. I don't know what you can skip. I think they've added enough things in King's Rest and changed the position of the first two golems from the patch notes itself. Wait, did the mass res go through? What do you mean? Okay, I got you. You said wait under bridge. I can do it. No, I got you. TD. I rescue. Go. I got you. I can do it. I got you. I don't got you. I don't got you. Rogue is dead. He didn't know we were doing it. Run. I got you. There it is. Bad rescue. Omega rescue. There it is. Perfect. It all worked out. Never doubted. I'm dead. Trinket. Big fire breath. We're dead. Wait, deep breath. Oh, I fell. Oh, yeah, that's not good. That's bad. That's not good. That's not what you want to do in that situation. All right. Now, this is a great example for how not to play Murder Row. I went to try to backpedal so I could have enough room to actually deep breath, but I accidentally fell off the ledge. Story of my life, you know. It is a cool pull, actually. I actually feel as though I have not failed to heal this. All 3 of the first few deaths were frontals or circles that would have happened regardless of what healer I was playing. I feel like I've done a pretty good job, no joke. Now, the 3rd boss was just me not knowing the mechanic. That was on me. Because I could have done anything to save my team there. I totally just deep breathed into a frontal. I want to tell you I have an excuse for that one. I don't have an excuse for that one. That's just being a preservation of Ogre. That was my bad. All right, I'm coming back. I mean, it's PTR testing, of course. That's going to be a crazy pull to do, though. I think that my bear could do it with double SI and stuff. I'm almost there. I'm sorry. I have failed the team. It's a walking simulator. We probably could have picked a dungeon that I have healed before. But also, my 400 ping was not helping. All right, this is the golem. The golem hurts. I will plan well for the golem. Okay, so here... I still am not sure how to fully prep a stasis right now as Flame Shaper. Because you just buff that up, and then he's going to do one more tick. And then that's it. That's it? Okay, that's not too bad. Oh, okay, so here we have to move and heal. So this will be a stasis. Golden hour that back up. And then there's going to be more. So I could trinket now before the movement. And then here, rewind that. I don't actually know where the damage is coming from, so I'm kind of just reacting quite reflexively right now. That was an early Apex, and I'm going to get hit by this. Oh, the lasers don't actually do a burst of damage unless you get hit by it. Okay, that's not so bad then. So then you could just plan everything for the slam. The slam is just when you need healing, but as long as you can burst people back up. What? Did I get hit by a circle? I call bait on that. That, I will say, that was not me. That was a bug. I promise you that that was a bug. I'll take this. I guarantee you that that was not my fault. Also, we're super dead right now. Now, that last one, that was a bug. I swear. I swear. There was no puddle on that bridge. Either that or my 400 ping means that I was somehow standing in a puddle without me realizing it. Okay, 333 ping has gone down. To be fair, I was going to actually end stream and work on a video, but then Aubrey said, do you want to heal? And I was like, ooh, I'll heal you. I swear that was a ping issue, and I'm willing to stake. I would bet money. I would actually bet money on it, that that was not my fault. I thought you said that there was a test run before the footage. All right, here we go. I caught you be falling off, too. Damn, this character is actually named a Wu tank as well. That's rough. I should have played a character that was named like. You know, you can technically name yourself anything on PTR. Name changes are free. Ah. Who's pulling this pack? We're super dead. We are very Omega dead. Yeah, it's that pack in particular that's being pulled. Ah, the rogue left. All right, I know who pulled it. I know who pulled it. Brew. I mean, I think Brew is way more chill to play. I guess it depends on tuning a little bit. Okay. Now that I know how to play Prez, the HPS on 15 was no problem. HPS on 17, I would start to feel it. HPS on 19, I would need to learn. But, like, healing-wise, this was not hard at all. Understanding the mechanics, that's a different story. Healing-wise, though, that was pretty easy. Okay. Bro, it's late. I actually have to go. Like, pretty much right now. Ollie, I would love to heal you again another day. I have to make the video. I told myself I would do it. You're not streaming right now, are you, Obley? Next time I play Resto Shaman or Mizweaver. Actually, no, that's not true. I'll play my Prez again. I know for a fact that Prez was absolutely fine there. Like, I can tell when people press, because I'm pretty aware. I can tell when people press defensives or whatever they're going to do. And that was pretty chill to actually play there. That felt very, very, very decent. We're raiding an Australian, and he's currently in a raid right now. So just know that the people I'm sending you to, they're Australian. Say hi, ask them how they managed. Ask them if they've seen Zorthus' home, because that was pretty shocking earlier today. Okay, bye. Thanks for hanging out. I'll see you when I see you. I don't know when I'm streaming again, but there's a video coming out tonight. It will be one of the best videos I've ever made, if I do it right. I have 30 minutes. Bye. E da 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 da.